Ready there, Rob? All right. Well, let's call things to order. And get ready to see what roads we can go down today, Pat. Very good. I will, yeah, we are recording this for YouTube, just for everybody understanding. Ask, is there any declaration of pecuniary interest from any of the members? Seeing none. But obviously, it can be declared if it does arise at any point in time. We have no delegations. So we might as well get right down to the meat and potatoes of this. See how we can invert those numbers from 3.1 to 1.3. Mary Lou? I've been accused of being a few things. The lexic was one of them as well, too. So go ahead. Mary Lou, please. You've got the first report there, 4A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So today we're going to talk about the draft 2025 budget. For context, this is the first year as well that we've included a projected 2026 budget to give some idea of what the future holds. I'm going to talk a little bit to start with about today's agenda. So we've changed the order of things slightly to accommodate people's schedules. So when we start after my remarks and going through the report, we're going to go to economic development and gray roots first, then we'll do planning, ag, forestry. We'll move into human services. We anticipate we'll be through a chunk of human services before lunch at 12:30. And after we finish human services after lunch, we'll move to transportation, then corporate services. There's a closed session and then talk about next steps. First, I thought we'd do a recap of what has been included in the 2025 budget. Paramedic services, the comprehensive deployment review, which has a levy impact in 25 and 26 of $410,000. And that's the results of the ORH review. We've already talked previously about court security costs, providing some support to the city of Owen Sound in recognition that it's a regional court. The impact in 2025, we estimate, would be $250,000 and likely a $25,000 increase in 2026. Asset management, transfer to reserve, 2025 impact was $149,200 and about half that in 2026. There was a request from the Forest Festival for sponsorship. You supported including that in the draft budget. That's $5,000 in 2025. And assuming the amount was the same in 2026, there would be zero increase. We talked previously about the homelessness response coordinator. 0.2 of an FTE was previously funded by our partner, Bruce County. That's no longer the case. So the impact in 2025 would be $21,000 and the impact in 2026 would be $5,600. We also talked about an Ontario Works caseworker, adding one, 50% provincially funded. The cost in 2025 to the levy would be $55,400 and $2,450 in 2026. An addition of a business analyst in the IT department, budgeted for a part year in 2025 with a cost of $87,600, and the remainder would be $49,300 in 2026. And the facilities operations manager, partial 2025 would be $96,500 and then $47,500 in 2026. So you can see that the total in 2025 is $1,047,400. The budget you're going to see today is in the old format. So the way finance has always produced this, you'll notice it's not using the new software. That was our goal, to be able to present this at this time. However, due to staffing vacancies and we appreciate SMT's patience with finance when we're going back and asking the same question that they've already answered, because the person they spoke with either isn't here or has been on leave. So we do intend to publish it in Questica later. That'll be probably in the first quarter of 2025, and we'll be happy to show you that when we're ready. So the 2025 operating and capital budget net levy requirements overall is an increase of $2,417,271 or a 3.19% increase. And I will say that at the October meeting, when everyone was really keen to know where we were sitting, and I said we were under 4, this is very, very close to where we were. We were still doing a lot of double checking and between Questica and our existing system to make sure that our numbers were good. I will say that the net growth and ratio adjustments for Owen Sound and multi-res of $1,921,000. So that's the net number. Our growth for 2025 is unprecedented. It's just over $2 million. This takes into account the adjustments because Owen Sound has their own ratios. And then it also assumes that we would continue to ratchet down a quarter of the ratio for multi-res in order to get to the new multi-res rate, which is the same as res of 1.0. That, of course, will be contingent upon if Owen Sound is prepared to make the same adjustment. In order to accomplish the goal of the reduction, we would need to be in lockstep with Owen Sound. We've estimated the 2026 proposed operating capital budget will be an increase of just over $4 million. This is like one of the hardest things to predict when we don't know what our CMI is for next year or the funding we're going to get for long-term care or social services or childcare or housing. It's hard to predict 1 year further out. That's also using an estimated new growth and a net number of $1 million. I will say that that's likely low, but for us to have $2 million 10 years ago, we were at $1 million. So that just gives you some context of what's happening in Grey County. Everyone likes to know what the impact is to the property owner. So that would be an extra $12.91 per 100,000 of residential assessment for a single detached home not on water that has an assessed value of $289,000. It works out to $37.30. That's something going on with our slide where it shows the cell range percentage somehow disappeared. My apologies, we'll fix that. So gross operating and capital expenses is $302.4 million. 51.2 of that is for the Rockwood Terrace redevelopment. We show the expenses by department just on a bar chart, so that everyone can get a sense what's driving them. So the gray is your operating budget and the burgundy is capital. To give you a quick snapshot on reserves, you can see that at the end of 2023, we had just shy of 69 million in discretionary reserves. We're projecting that balance to be down to $58.3 million in 2024 at the end. And by the end of 2025, we expect it to be down to $36.177 million. And you can see how much we're drawing out versus how much we're contributing. And And that's just another way to show it that between 2023 to what we project at the end of 2025, we'd be a decrease of $32.8 million in our reserves. This is what we refer to as obligatory. So your development charges and CVF, formerly known as gas tax. So at the end of 2023, we had almost 34 million. And by the end of 2025, we'll be down to just shy of 19 million. And you can see what's driving that. We're using a lot of development charges money and gas tax. I already alluded to, there's a number of assumptions we've used in developing the budget and estimating inflation. We've still got supply chain issues with receiving goods. Kevin McNabb will speak to, he's got a great example about the cost of glucagon, which has gone up exponentially, and we're required to stock it in each truck. And we all know that the price of the HVAC units continue to increase and delays in receiving them. I'll just give you a brief synopsis. It's in the report about what this doesn't include. It doesn't include an investment in transit. The grant program ends the end of March. We are using some one-time funding to get us to that point. In addition to the grant that's left over, it doesn't include any of the adjustments that have been contemplated by the roads, urban roads and rural exchange tasks. And it doesn't include any impact of discussions that are going on with member municipalities for planning efficiencies. And with that, we will begin the budget. I should ask before I move on, are there any questions?
Thanks very much, Chair. Just a question as we're starting this process. Is there any, as we talked about reserve balances, is there any reserves that staff are uncomfortable with the balance at the end of the next 2025 and 2026?
At this point, I'd say no. The paramedic services reserve will dip into a negative because of the plan for the deployment review. So in essence, to spread that out over a number of years to not create spikes and dips, we're borrowing from reserve. And if it's in a negative, that just means that another reserve is covering it until it corrects itself. And we're using substantial amounts. Obviously, by the end of this year, we're going to deplete the redevelopment reserve, which was almost 7 million. And then, of course, with the Patrol D, that's going to use up that reserve as well. So those are two contributing things. And I will say that there are instances where we're pulling more money out of reserves as a result of escalation in costs. So you'll see that we use more money in gas tax. We might use more money in DCs. We're pulling more money out of a reserve, for example, for housing because the price of something has increased.
Anybody else? But then again, those reserves were never there just to see how big we could get them. They were there to be used, so. And I think, especially with the redevelopment, that's what we built them up for. Now's the time when it's being built, that they're being pulled at. Sometimes it's not comfortable, but. Yeah. Nothing else? Well, thank you. Are we all done? Come on. Let's get to the nitty-gritty now. Okay, Mary Lou.
Okay, so as I mentioned, we're going to start with planning and community development, and we'll begin with economic development and Grey Roots. So the 2025 budget for PCD, as we call it, includes a net levy requirement. Oh, get Tara to move back. Of $5,242,500 compared to $4,869,620 in 2024, an increase of $372,880. And with that, I will let Savannah come to the podium.
Excellent. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And thanks for letting me switch around to go first. I very much appreciate that. Okay, so I'm going to take you through economic development, tourism, and culture budgets operationally first, and then we'll look at capital. And if you want to stop me anywhere along the way for questions, just let me know. So the 2025 economic development, tourism, culture budget includes a net departmental requirement, so operating and capital, of $3.491 million. That's compared to $3.296 million in 2024, an increase combined of $195,900. In the 2025 budget, we are focusing on the key priorities that were identified in our master plan that was approved in 2023. As we're just coming through our foundational first year, next year we begin the real work. What this does is set the departmental vision for us for the next 10 years and really identified the 5 years of priorities, which made developing this budget and developing our work plans with our member municipalities much easier because we have a really clear line of sight of where we need to go. And that is helping us to say yes and no to projects as we move through this. So there are multiple cost centers in here. We have the ECDEV and Tourism General. We've got Local Immigration Partnership, Sydenham Campus, Grey Roots Museum and Archives, and then community transportation is also in here, but I'm not going to speak to that portion of it. So looking at economic development and tourism general for 2025, that requires a levy contribution of 1.164 million, which is an increase of 70,000 as compared to 2024. This operating budget, you'll notice we have reorganized it to amalgamate economic development general, regional attraction retention, local food and tourism all under one budget to give us some operational efficiency. So we didn't change the numbers, we just amalgamated it all. So coding and budget and where it needs to go is much, much quicker, and it's going to help us. And that aligns with the departmental restructuring we did at the beginning of 2025 as a result of last year's budget. With this budget, we have reallocated funds to align with the next steps of strategic priorities. So they have been discussed in details with all of our member municipalities so that we have alignment with your local priorities and continued capacity building throughout. Foundational tools that we introduced this year, such as GIS Dashboard and Spotlight, sector reports, industrial land tool, sector summits, and leadership forum will all be maintained through this budget and used to unlock a systemic review, enabling our master plan priorities to now start focusing on municipal partnerships, systems mapping, and municipally owned employment lands so that we can bring this to the fore and start to really study and do that due diligence. As such, 2025 is proposed to be a year of fulsome study so that we can prioritize a regional economic development lens. And this is in line with the last two discussions we've had with the Planning and Economic Development Committee of Council, and also aligned to the theme of our inaugural Economic Development Leadership Forum that we just held on Thursday, Building Communities for the Future. When we think of the community pride side of our business, the Gather campaign is what's going to lead our regional marketing efforts, so we can intentionally demonstrate and encourage community pride. This includes year 2 of campaign development and strategic out-of-marketing digital advertising buys to bring year 1, all of the production that happened in 2024, out to the public. So this means that staff are able to focus on the highest and best value content for our channels and align our tourism messaging with recruitment messaging so that we can jointly speak to current and community, to our current community and potential future recruits. So when you look at the budget lines, through that realignment, I just want to highlight a couple of the significant changes that we've made. So the majority of our budgetary increase from 2025 comes from non-union salary review and benefit increases. The $30,000 increase that you see on studies has been offset by a matching reduction in other budget lines so that we can bring this priority forward. The $25,000 increase in advertising, image graphic development, promotion, public relations is all offset by revenues from provincial funding to bring this priority forward. So that includes $50,400 between rural economic development funding and RTO 7 digital advertising funding that's already been secured. The majority of the $18,000 increase in hosted events is offset by an increase in cost recoveries. So overall, our hosted events are offset almost perfectly in half by cost recoveries. So that's where I'll end the ECDEV and tourism general. Do you have any questions about that one before I move into local immigration partnership? Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Savannah. Could you go back to the discussion about the further studies? I've got the multi-year spreadsheets in front of me now, and you mentioned offsetting. Could you peel out exactly where those offsets are occurring? Because I have some concerns with the language in the document of looking at more studies to unlock reviews to further have more studies. And this is all because we just had a study. So there's a little bit of a lack of tangible results coming there. So if you could expand on that.
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Chair. The whole point of the studies beginning in 2025 are all very tangible. So it is looking at the investment ready lands that we have potential to unlock. When we look at the investment ready lands, and we presented this on Thursday at our forum, there are 59 potential across the county. There are 7 that are actually investment ready that could welcome a business today through business being in a building or on land. That is all we have available across Grey County. So when we have investors coming to the area, or we have businesses who want to expand their footprint, their options are incredibly limited. So looking forward and thinking of our future, we want to be able to do that due diligence work because we know that we have provincial support available to help us market when we're ready, but we're not at that point yet. We need to understand what type of servicing needs to be done. Can it be done? What's the cost? How long is it going to take? What does the municipal capacity look like? What studies need to be done to be able to de-risk a property so that it becomes investment ready? So that's what those studies are very specifically meant to do, is to look at all of Grey County as a full region, find out where the most potential exists, and what is it going to take to bring this land to market so that we can have it available for investors to grow your assessment base and help start to balance the residential versus commercial and industrial. So those are the points of those studies specifically. In the master plan, they fall under investment readiness, priority 2, and leadership and collaboration, priority 1. And I can give you those numbers. I've got them just at my desk there. So that's what the studies are for. In terms of where the dollars came away from, we moved $3,000 away from media relations. We took $3,500 away from computer purchases, $8,500 away from subscriptions and publications, $10,000 away from brochures and books, $900 away between trade shows and uniforms, and another $3,500 away from interfunctional IS costs, and that was $29,900, which offset by almost $100 to the $30,000 increase.
Second question is, there will also be a $50,000 investment in studies to enable investment readiness planning. Is that linked to the paragraph in the page above? Or is that all in the same? Because there's 50,400 of provincial grant funding. Then there's a further 50,000, and there's discussion in the page before that of other studies. Are they the same?
They are the same. So the $50,000 is what is included in the budget as a whole. We had $20,000 included in 2024. We're proposing an additional 30, which is where those other budget lines were removed. So the total investment in all of the studies and reporting is $50,000 for 2025. And then the dollars that you're seeing from the provincial, that is offsetting the increase that we have in advertising, image and graphic development, promotion, public relations. So that equals out to be $25,000 as well. So the additional funding is helping to offset that increase. So overall, when we look at all of this budget, it's a $70,000 increase over last year. I said most of it is from the non-union and benefits, because we've done a lot of work with revenue coming in and moving budget lines to make these projects possible without a significant levy impact or any levy impact at all.
Just to the chair, procedurally, then, are we just taking a lot of information here today? Considering we may have some motions, or then we're just going to weigh on it until our next budget meeting? What are our plans procedurally then? Here, just in terms of responding to the information that we get.
My thoughts are, if there's something that we want to see added in or added out, or it is not explained well enough, like now's the time. I think that that's what this committee is here to flesh that out before it gets in front of council. Right? That's the thought of staff.
Yeah, so this is the first time that you're hearing this information. This is the first, like, you've had it for a few days, but this is the first time that council's had an opportunity to actually hear it presented and to think about the questions that you might have. I think if we can hear those questions and provide any immediate clarification on anything, absolutely, that's something that we want to be able to do right now. When it comes to wanting to see changes for the budget, I think, again, if that can be kind of captured as questions that we can then come back to in the next meeting, we can do that. Our plans for how this committee will spend its time and how much time you want to spend on this are a little bit fluid. We have a good chunk of time today to spend on this. We have the December 6th meeting that was originally scheduled as an all of council meeting to look at the budget. If we're not ready to look at an all of council meeting that day, if this committee wants some more time, that there's the potential to use that December 6th date. Or we can, if we get far enough today, the thought was that we would gather up all of the information and all of the questions and any changes that the committee was directing and bring that to December 13th, because that was going to give staff enough time to have worked through all of that and to have a fulsome updated presentation to all of council. Does that align, Mary Lou, with your thoughts? So we really are here to help you in whatever ways best to get the budget refined in a way that you feel comfortable.
Okay, I appreciate that, because there's a lot of information coming very quickly that I have to respond to. A couple of the highlighted lines I had, advertising, 46,700, that's up from 24,000. Advertising, 28,000, up from 18,000. Oh. Right, so this is in the full document, page 38. And hosted events up to 54,500 from 36,500. Studies reports 50,000 from 20. Like I get what you're saying with the offsetting. But in the moment, it's a lot of calculating in my head and considering, okay, where are we going with these numbers here? So I guess, frankly, my last two questions at this time are, I recall a year or two ago asking you about employment lands in Owen Sound, and you spoke to the urgency and need of protecting them. So I would wonder, I guess, why we may do further studies when we have serviceable lands that are certainly ready in the county at this time. And B, what is driving still those significant line item increases, both in advertising, internet advertising, hosted events, because you spoke about some offsetting, negating the increased cost of the further studies.
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Chair. So when we look at the employment lands, and I just mentioned there are 59 potential in gray right now, but we have 7 that are available, that are actually ready, that somebody could come tomorrow and invest in across the entire county. We have investment inquiries coming in that we cannot respond to because we do not have the land available. We don't know what it takes to make the land available. We don't know what capacity or servicing or timelines or any of those things look like, which instantly prevents us from competing. We heard from Invest Ontario on Thursday, when an inquiry comes in, we have 48 hours to have all of that information responded to. And we don't have the capacity or the expertise as staff to be able to do that on our own. What we do know as staff is where we need to go and the questions we need to answer. So what we're proposing through this studies component is that we actually do that work so that we can look at all of those potential lands. We can look at others that aren't even there right now that could have great potential based on where we're seeing hotspots across the county, not looking at any borders, not looking at any municipality specifically, but where are those hotspots in the county and what would it take to bring that land on? Because we also have businesses in many of our municipalities who want to expand and right now are really struggling to do that because we don't have the lands available and we don't know what it will take. So we need to be able to de-risk that for investors, for businesses that you have in your communities today, so that they know the timeline, they know the cost, and we'd like to be able to provide that information. And that's what that studies piece is. So that's where that increase is coming from, that 30,000. But as I mentioned, those other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines have been reduced to make that possible because we are, as we go through the master plan, we don't want to keep rebuilding the foundation. Once we have the foundation, it's time to move to the next step. So these areas have been reduced because we don't need to make that same level of investment where we do need to shift our priorities. So that's how we're funding that increase in studies component, which I really feel is critical to our municipalities and to our county as a whole. I mean, we heard it on Thursday. It's something that we've been talking with all of our municipalities about, and it's on every one of your radars is the investment readiness component of things. And there's a lot of work to be done that jointly we can do together and get those economies of scale. In terms of your question around advertising, so that 22,700 in advertising and the 10,000 increase in internet advertising, those two are directly offset by the provincial funding coming in. So that is for the Gather campaign to allow us to make those large media buys and to continue getting the message out in our community for the campaign. So that money, that increase is completely covered above in the revenue line that you see under 51100 provincial conditional grants. The increase in the 18,000 in hosted events, that is offset by the $12,500 you see in cost recoveries above it as well. So it's not quite half that's been offset, but we have increased that cost recovery to be able to align and allow that to happen. So those hosted events, those are things like the Chichimon event, which is almost all covered by ticket sales. That is also, where is the sheet? Oh, there we go, sorry. Regional Job Fair, Cruise and Connect, our networking event, Warden's Breakfast, which will be transitioned into the interim leadership event for this year. It includes the leadership forum, sector summits, which we host in 4 different sectors across the county, and a proposed tourism conference as well, also offset by additional revenue. So all of those things are combined in that line there, and most of them offset by cost recovery. Did I miss any of your questions there? No, that's good. Okay. Any other questions? Oh, sorry.
Not so much a question, but I did have oh, I thought you were pointing at me. I apologize, sir. Do you want to go ahead? All right. I didn't really have a question. I had a comment. I was at the event on Thursday and I think probably some others here as well. This provincial government is laser focused on moving economic stuff. And this county is not ready. We heard that over and over and over again on Thursday. We've got to get ready. So when someone picks up the phone and says, have you got this for us? We can say yes or no, like now, not, well, I'll get back to you in a week or two. And then you got to go, or Savannah and her people got to go to the lower or our member municipality and try to find that piece of ground. How long is it going to take? What's serviceability? Goes on and on and on. We need that now. And if we're not ready, we're going to miss the boat. So Savannah's done a tremendous amount of work here and in the last couple months to try to get us to the point where we can answer that phone call now and not in a week or two. And this information she's looking for is critical. And if we're not ready, we're going to miss the boat, like I said. So thank you, Savannah, and I fully support what you're trying to do here.
Now, Mr. Mackey. Scott.
There you go.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I just, for Scott's benefit, for those of us that were at the session on Thursday, it was certainly well done. And the gentleman from Invest Ontario did certainly speak about how, my takeaway was that we're not nearly ready and that this is a way that Savannah wants to get us ready. So I think the gentleman said there's only 51 properties in all of Ontario. So, you know, compared to Ontario, we're probably in not a bad spot, but there's a lot of work to be done. And we are missing out on some business opportunities because we're not ready. So I think this is important work going forward to bring business to the community. Thanks.
Let me make one statement from the chair. Our largest industrial component or expansion in the last 5 years has probably been in Osprey Township, Maxwell, somewhat over into Croton. And I don't think any of that industry is on services. Would I be correct in saying that? Looking for anybody that wants to answer that. Just a nod, yes or a no, because it's the Mennonite population that is industrial. And yet, we're looking to do these studies, what it's going to take to put services. Doesn't matter what kind of a small widget factory it is or a data center. We've got to get water, we've got to get sidewalks, we've got to, I don't know how much more infrastructure. And yet, over the last 5 years, our biggest developments haven't required that at all and are flourishing. Maybe the Grey Highlands detriment on some of the municipal roads. You know, that's our biggest problem there. Are we doing the studies? I guess where I'm going, and this is maybe more for planning, because there's a lot of it right now at the south end of Grey County that we've got some industrial, too large industrial, and they've never been on services. And yet we keep pushing that we need. Those are, a couple of them have been there for 25 years and have done nothing but expand and haven't required water or sewer. Are we putting a roadblock up for that? You know, we're doing the study and saying, oh, well, you know, these have got to be. Should the study be, what can we do? Because Grey County, we've got this land. And with new technologies, do we need to run all those pipes? Now, Randy, I've got him tweaked.
Thank you for that, those comments and question. I think is a combination that's required when it comes to employment land opportunities, industrial land opportunities. I think we need, in some cases, some fully serviced lands both municipal and sewer services. And there are some some industries and employment land uses, as you noted in some examples, that don't require full services. But we need a combination of that. This is based on what the warden indicated and Councillor Mackey indicated, based on the discussions from Thursday. Thanks to Savannah and her team and working with planning staff, there's foundational pieces that have been completed. And we even heard from IO on Thursday that we're in good shape on some of those pieces in terms of those foundational pieces, in terms of our community profiles and other things. We now need to take it to the next step, and that's working with the EDOs, local planning staff, your public works staff from each of your local municipalities to look at strategic pieces of land where employment lands are required for full services, to support full services. Not just say that there aren't some opportunities on what we call, say, dry industrial opportunities or on-farm diversified uses. There's still those target areas too that we can also look at. But we know that through some inquiries in the past that full services are required in some cases. So it's a balance, like everything, that we need to look at where the opportunities are for both employment land uses that require some full level service, but also some employment opportunities like we've done through the on-farm diversified use policies and other things to provide some flexibility in those cases as well.
I just add one more thing. The other part that I think is important when we look at the studies, and Randy's right, there are different thresholds and there are different levels depending on what businesses need. And I don't think that we want to put the perception out there that we're about to service all of Grey County and that we need to do that tomorrow, because that's not what we're saying. In all cases, there will always be opportunity for business to be on unserviced sites. But we need to be able to understand where those make sense, where the servicing makes sense. We need to also understand what is the cost and timeline of that servicing, because maybe the company will do it without the municipality being involved in paying for it. But we don't know that because they don't know that. So that's some of the work that we need to be able to do. Where does it make sense that municipalities might need to invest in the future, but where will business make that investment for you? But until they have the information, they can't build their pro formas to understand what it looks like or what it will cost. So that's just a thing I want to make sure that is really clear. We're not putting this expectation out that we're going to give you a roadmap and every municipality needs to do X number of servicing. We just need to understand what needs to be done where and how long and how much is it going to cost, so that ideally we can bring the right players to the table and do this together. So it's not all on you. That's the intent of where we'd like to go with this.
That's good that we are open-minded and not just got the blinders on and going down one road. I know that everybody just thinks it's Highway 10, but there are a few other roads that come into Grey County, so we've got to fix on a few of those. Yeah, you better. We're going to be stalled here for quite a while.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. So the next one on your list is a local immigration partnership. Now, as you know, this operating budget is funded fully by the federal government, so Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada. This budget looks a little bit different because it's only showing the first quarter, because the end of our 5-year agreement with IRCC comes March 31st. What is proposed is that beginning April 1st, it will go to Bruce County, which means the entire budget goes to Bruce County. All the administrative requirements of operating GBLIP will go to Bruce County. So it will continue on, but it will no longer be our sole responsibility for all of the administrative tasks. So that's what you're seeing in this budget right now. Any questions about that? No.
Any legacy funding is going to be required for that, or like it's a full 100% transfer? Okay.
What you see in the budget, that is all that is required. There is no additional funds required now or in the future. The agreement that we've always made with GBLIP is that we need the federal funding to be able to do it. it wouldn't be something that could come back to the municipalities. So the IRCC has been funding LIPS for 20 years. We are one of the newest LIPS in the last 5 years, and we are looking forward to, another 3-year contract, but this time operated by Bruce. So Gray and Bruce have been partners in this the whole time. They have been at the table with us. It's just all of the administrative, all of the HR, all of the finance, all of the reporting, which is a lot, has all been here with Gray County. So now we're flipping that for Bruce County's turn with that administration side of things. But the program will continue, and on the ground, you will see no difference. It will continue as it has been. Okay, Sydenham campus. So Sydenham campus operating budget, this enables us to fulfill skills training, trades, and innovation mandate. And I really have to say, it is working. We are seeing tremendous results come out of Sydenham campus this year. At the end of this year, we will have reached 1,000 rentals that have all been in training, education, research. Because in order to utilize Sydenham campus, you have to fill out our application form and fit with our mandate. Otherwise, we'll send you elsewhere in the community because it really has to be focused. And the fact that we will in 3 years reach 1,000 of those rentals by the end of this year really speaks volumes. We are supporting entrepreneurial services from startups to scale up, access to training, trades, and innovative partnerships, such as our childcare wing with our ECE, early education now also included. Our hub from Children's Services, which has been incredible, and a fully operational daycare. The Makerspace is connected with trades in Georgian College, and we do have 6 classrooms in Sydenham that are being operated by Georgian, and that allowed their expansion of the apprenticeship programs here in Owen Sound, which brought them from 100 to 700 apprentices as of this year, and is certainly helping their increase in enrollment. We just heard a couple of weeks ago, I talked to you about a 22% enrollment increase over last year at Georgian College. And this year, we're also seeing a 39% enrollment in domestic, which is significant. That is something that has been a real challenge for a lot of years. But what we're starting to see, and we're seeing it in the communities, that pipeline is being developed. People are understanding that you can get your education here, you can get your apprenticeship here, you can get your job here, all in the community, and you do not have to leave. So we're changing the language because of the co-investment between Sydenham and Georgian. We also have the Business Enterprise Center, Henry Bernick and Makerspace partnership happening now. And because of so much use, what we've seen is a budget requirement this year of $246,000, which is a $35,000 reduction from last year. So we are reducing the levy requirement, and that's because we've had a $52,000 increase in expected tenant revenue and rental income over last year. Any questions about the bill?
Can you just go over that last part again? Because when I look at the last paragraph on page 12, it states this is a levy of 142.9. This is an increase of 22,000 over the 24 budget. But you just spoke of a reduction.
Sorry, the top of page, I can't see the page number on there, Tara. It's the top right corner is where Sydenham campus is. Page 12, top right. Oh. But yeah, Sydenham campus, it is a reduction in levy. It's $35,000 down because we had an increase of 52,000, which offset the increase in costs to do with staffing and snow removal and cleaning contracts.
Sorry, I was referencing the Business Enterprise Center. That's where, oh, okay, sorry, I thought you had ended there.
Any questions about Sydenham specifically? It's a great news story. We're really, really happy to see this change and all of the growth. Excellent. Okay, so I will go to Business Enterprise Center now. So the Business Enterprise Center, this is supporting increased inquiry, consultations, referrals from entrepreneurs, and is directly impacting new business startup, expansion, business succession, and job creation. It is coming directly out of the center. What this is doing is supporting the services along with the co-development of the entrepreneurial ecosystem at Sydenham campus, which is priority 4 of our Economic Development Tourism Culture Master Plan. As you know, the BEC is funded in the majority by a provincial grant. So that grant in 2025 is $231,800, which is an increase, and that's because of the new top-up funding that we got. We have it for this year and for next year. That results in a levy impact requirement of $142,900. So that's the increase of the 22,000 over the 2024 budget. And you will notice a significant line that has been increased in there is the $20,000 in payments to individuals and organizations. And that is how we code all of the granting dollars that goes to our starter company and summer company plus program. So that's a mandate of the province. Part of that top up funding that we got was required to increase those granting contributions. So that's offset by the increase in revenue at the top. Does that answer your question, Councillor Gregg, or no?
Yeah, I think so, because I also had ledger number 64,102 professional consulting services at 27,9 highlighted, so I think that gets it.
Perfect. Onward to Grey Roots operating budget. So the 2025 Grey Roots budget includes operating requirement of 1.71 million compared to 1.6 million in 2024. The increase being $112,600. You'll note last year's budget did include one-time funding to support operating cost and reduction of levy contributions to capital projects. This has been reduced this year by 202,000. So that's contributing to the overall reduction in revenues that you're seeing of $242,000. Grey Roots will also see operating expenditures decrease by 129,800 as a result of the reduction in salary and benefits in 2025. In 2025, Grey Roots is going to continue its strategic priorities focused on program and partnership development, which includes additional interactive experiences, the use of the theater's newly upgraded technology. Grey County Gallery will complete its substantial renovation in 2025, thanks to our federal funding that was received. And this is going to provide a great foundation for programs, workshops, events, and lectures for many years to come. Staff anticipate a banner year because dinosaurs is coming back. So from the American Museum of Natural History, this is our banner summer exhibit that will be on from May until September. And we know will certainly increase admissions coming through the door and visitors to the site. During this time, because we know we are going to have increased visitation, Morrison Heritage Village is also going to be undergoing some operational adjustments so that we can better access, provide better access and experience for staff, volunteers, and visitors. We're doing a lean project right now on Morrison Heritage Village, understanding how we can best create experiences and use the resources that we have appropriately so that we're not burning people out. Because that we've seen a decrease in volunteers, we've seen struggles with being able to hire summer students, even though they are phenomenal. We know that trend is going to continue and we want to get ahead of it before we get there. So we are taking the time while the museum is busy with dinosaurs and to do that work. Any questions about Grey Roots operating budget? Nope. Okay, we'll shift over to capital then. So in the capital portion of the whole economic development, tourism, culture, we require a net levy of $222,500. That is an increase of $26,600 over 2024. On economic development general capital, we have our 2 continual transfers to reserve, which goes towards future EDTC master plan scheduled for 2028, and $3,100 transferred to replace the tourism vehicle in 2026. You've noticed through our last couple of budget years, we keep pushing the tourism vehicle back because it's in great shape and we don't want to replace something that doesn't need to be replaced. So right now we think 2026 might be the year, but if it's still in good shape next year, we'll just keep pushing it down the line until we come to a point in time when we actually need to do that work. Any questions about either of those? No? Oh, sorry.
Quick question on that one. On page 14, I do read a $3,100 transfer to reserve from levy to replace the tourism vehicle in 2026. That's an operating, I presume. Then right below it, under the tourism capital, $4,700 transfer to reserve for the tourism vehicle replacement. Is that the same vehicle? What's going on there?
That's a great question. Yes. So originally, because economic development was one budget and one department and tourism was one budget and one department, this year we've merged our operating budgets, but we haven't done that with capital. We have left the capital individual. So yes, those both go towards the same vehicle, but it's a shared expense. I'll continue on into tourism capital. So in 2025, we are proposing $40,000 to perform necessary updates to Visit Grey's website. It's a beautiful website, but there's a lot of functionality improvements that need to be done and a lot of work that needs to happen because it's been 5 years since we did that website. So what we're proposing is to fund that in two different ways, 25,000 coming from our tourism reserve so that only 15,000 hits the levy. Typically, websites have a contribution in a capital reserve, but we haven't been doing that and we weren't actually quite sure why. I think that was my fault. So we're going to fix that beginning next year. So that's why you see a little bit more of a levy impact, but future websites will be funded by annual contributions towards it. And we have aligned it in 2025 so that it is aside the Grey Roots website, which was deferred to 2025, and we're hoping to find some economies of scale by going out as one department with two major websites. So fingers crossed for that. We have $35,600 coming from reserves to fund the completion of the implementation of Cycling Trails Master Plan work in terms of the installation of signs. So all of the signs were purchased in 2023 by federal funds. North Grey has been signed in 2024. South Grey will be signed in 2025, and that will complete that project. All funded from reserves, so no levy impact. Under tourism, very similar to the vehicle transfer, we have a $6,700 transfer to reserve for the master plan. So again, same thing, but because they were multiple departments at one time. The tourism vehicle replacement that you just spoke to, Councillor Greg, $4,700. And then $1,100 for future sign replacement projects. When things get damaged, wayfinding, cycling, any of those pieces that they can be redone. Any questions on tourism? Oh.
Background on the frequency of updating the EDTC master plan. We just went through it in 2023. Could you refresh my memory on what the cost was for that? And projected to do it again in 2028. Sometimes we update these master plans a little more frequently than is required because they generate an array of different items. And I think I'm yet to see anyone come close to fulfilling everything in the master plan before we go back to market and do another master plan and continue to inform ourselves of things that we could do, but there's no money to achieve most of what's in a master plan.
That's a great question. And I think, that's what we're trying to challenge ourselves and everybody with the Economic Development Tourism Culture Master Plan. It has yet to sit on my shelf. You can see my binder. It is very wrinkled. I use it every single day. And it has been instrumental in getting us through this foundational year to start building the capacity, understanding what steps we need to take in the future. And we're not looking at the master plan to do all 22 economic development or 21 economic development priorities at once. That's why you see a couple here and a couple here, because we're identifying them year over year. As we do one piece, we build to the next. So the same thing with the vehicle. If our master plan is still in great shape and we don't need to redo it after a 5-year period, then we push it out a little bit further. But the intent is that we're holding ourselves to a plan. We know where we need to go. We're budgeting accordingly, and we're being very careful and thoughtful about the work that we do, and we're going to achieve what's in that plan. So it outlines a 10-year vision. So that way we do have that longevity, but what are the things that we have to do in the first 5 years? So if council is supportive of this budget this year, we are well on our way to being very successful in year 1, and we'll be very successful in year 2 as well.
Our cycling and trails master plan. Do we need a new map or? Well, we've had cycling going on for quite a long time, trails throughout Grey County. But now we're going to do a plan to make them official, or? Thank you.
That's a great question. Sorry, no new plan. The master plan was developed actually before I came into this role. So we are working on implementation of that plan. Now, we've been very strategic in which pieces of the plan because it's a difficult one. It requires municipal support, it requires county support, and there isn't as much agreement across all of the pieces. So what we did say is we're going to start with where we have agreement, and then we'll pause and we'll see how things go. So this is the final piece of that where we have agreement, and then we'll pause. And we'll see what needs to be done after that. But the plan exists, no intention of creating a new one, and we're going to chip away at implementation as it makes sense and where we have agreement.
So that will be the answer on Thursday when we have the delegation coming here to county council then. Well, and then the other issue certainly is, yeah, we see them from a provincial standpoint that cycling on our roads apparently isn't going to be allowed anymore, according to the premier. I guess maybe that's because he doesn't use a bike very often. We're going one way and the province is going another, but that's been an age-old thing for quite a while. And you don't need to comment, but if you feel need to, go right.
I will just quickly make a comment because a lot of that conversation comes around bike lanes. There's been a lot of questions about, are we doing bike lanes? We are not doing bike lanes. Oh, Pat was here. He'll be very appreciative to hear that because that comes with significant cost. Because we have so much snow, it is just not feasible for us to be doing that. So we have zero intention of creating anything like that. And that's where the province is really focused right now, is on the bike lanes that are identified. So if there's no other questions about that, I'll continue on to Sydenham. Yeah, okay. So Sydenham campus, you'll find $345,000 in reserve funding proposed for 2025. What that does is complete the HVAC improvements inside. So in 2024, we came back with a report earlier this year that we were well under the budget because we were only doing the rooftop units. So the rooftop units are being completed as we speak. They were under budget, which gives us the room within what we had already allocated to continue that work inside. So that's what is proposed for 2025 to continue the HVAC improvements. And that is really important to help us with our ongoing carrying costs of Sydenham, the hydro, because everything in that building is electric. So when we look at, from a climate change point of view, we're really ahead of the game because everything is electric. It's really old technology that has a lot of issues and is starting to break down quite often. So this will get us out of that cycle. And then it also moves up the exterior door replacements. So we replaced the main entrance door to Sydenham a couple of years ago, thanks to provincial funding and part of our building condition assessment as well. But we have multiple other exterior doors that are actually beginning to fail, and a really good wind will blow them open, in which case I have security alarm going off and staff having to go in for calls, and we would just like to not do that. So that was already proposed in 2026. What we're saying is we'd like to bring that forward a year, but no levy impact on either of these, because every year we're saving into reserve for Sydenham. And then the next note on there is the 81,000 transfer to reserve that is coming out of levy, but that is what is funding these future impacts. And we've done a really good job with, I think, finance understanding where the needs are, what the real needs are, and making sure that we're budgeting accordingly so that we don't come back to you with a real concern. Any questions on Sydenham campus capital?
Go ahead, Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Savannah, going forward, what are the other big ticket items in the BCA that we have to look forward to at Sydenham Council or campus? Sorry.
That's a great question. In the not so distant future, we will need to look at the boiler. We just had a fail with the boiler, but we were able to fix it, but that is not going to last forever. So the boiler is one. The HVAC was the biggest, and the roofs, but we're done all of the roofs. We've done that in the last 5 years. I'm not a fan of roof projects, so those are done, and now we've got a 30-year horizon, which is great. But all of the windows in the school will need to be replaced, and then there's some electrical upgrades. The main electrical switches will need to be replaced in the future. So we just did a bunch of work this year because of the funding that we received from the federal government and the province with Sydenham and the makerspace expansion. Part of that went into the electrical panels. So we were able to test it and know that we're in okay shape, and make sure that everything is future-proofed. But when that main switch, which did turn on, but eventually it will not turn on, and that's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. But it is all being saved for by these contributions. So right now we aren't building up a reserve by any means. We're just making sure that the next 10 years we're getting through without additional levy impact. On to Grey Roots, last one. And I'll get out of your way. Okay, perfect. So the Grey Roots total levy requirement for capital is $101,300. And that's broken into multiple different items. We've got $1,400 transfer to reserve for future riding lawnmower replacement, which we would like to do electric. But again, just like our vehicle, our riding lawnmower is fine. So every year we keep pushing this out until it is not. We have a $1,700 transfer for archives equipment upgrades, $2,000 towards theater improvement upgrades, $2,700 towards replacing the tractor, and that tractor we actually get from Transportation Services. So our 10-year capital is aligned to their 10-year capital, and they save us a lot of money. So we're very appreciative of Pat and his team. $4,000 transferred for the digital museum and website. So that is what we will start to do on tourism in the future, but that's funding Grey Roots. And then $11,000 towards front of house updates for the future, $18,000 towards capital improvements in Morriston Heritage buildings, and $60,000 towards capital improvements for the Grey Roots main building. So what you'll notice in there is the move that we made last year. We took out a levy contribution for future Morriston builds. That is something that through the master plan we committed to for a 10-year period. So that budget item has been removed, and it is just the maintenance of those and the main building that is left in Grey Roots capital budget. The pieces that are not requiring any levy contributions, we've got $38,000 being transferred for Grey Roots Gallery Reserve, and this is coming from sponsorships, and $8,000 towards General Store Reserve, also coming through sponsorships. And then the final capital projects for Grey Roots in 2025, $41,300 towards the theater upgrades. This is offset by the sponsorship that we were so fortunate to receive this year, which is excellent. So no levy impact there. We have $40,800 going towards improved road signage because it's been 20 years and it's actually starting to fall apart. So now it's a safety hazard and we need to fix it. $40,000, which was budgeted in 2024, but we're moving it ahead to 2025, and that's to redo the website for virtual exhibits, online programs, and digital collections. $36,000 towards a caulking project for joints of the museum. $29,000 to replace the carpet in the theater and the archives. We've been pushing that one off for many, many years too, but now we're getting to the point where we have seams coming up and it's going to create a tripping hazard. So before we have one, we would like to replace it. $20,000 for equipment upgrades in the archives. And what we're proposing, originally it was in here as a microfiche, year over year over year as a microfiche, but now there's a scanner that we can do book scans with to help digitize, which we think will be much more valuable. It will help get more of our collection of archives online and also help with any of those really frail pieces of documentation can be scanned by the archivist. So that is the switch that you've seen, same amount of money, just a different use for it. And then $15,000 towards the Zigo control panel point of system. So this is our building automation system, which keeps everything running. We are on a very old server, which Jody has been so kind to say, get a new one, because we cannot have this anymore. Cybersecurity, he's got it in my head. So we're going to make sure that we are on par and making sure that we can run the systems we need to, but with equipment that is safe. And then $4,300 funded from reserve to complete house upgrades, the front of house upgrades, which we're carrying forward from 2024 because we just weren't able to get them all completed this year. But that is the rundown of economic development, tourism, culture, operating, and capital. Any other questions I can answer for you?
Thanks, Savannah. Just a general question. The facilities manager that we've got, they haven't started yet. Is that correct? Or have they started? The facilities, overall facilities operations manager. And the reason I ask is, you know, we're moving money, transferring money into reserves for tractors. Who's looking at the total number of tractors that we require throughout the county? And is it being looked at? There's one sitting at the Chatsworth Depot right now that's going on Gov Deals. Who's looking into whether that tractor could be utilized in another spot throughout the organization?
And that's an excellent question and I really, one symptom of the overall environment that we're in across the county. And that's the kind of work that the facilities and operations manager would be tasked with is looking across all of the different portfolios for opportunities to leverage investments that have already been made, make the most of things that we don't want to sell things on gov deals for pennies on the dollar if they can be made use of in other places. And we do try to do that now. But again, it takes a knowledge and awareness that opportunities exist. And right now, staff do that just by, getting along with each other and speaking with each other. But I'm sure that there are times when we miss things that we might do differently. And so that's part of my hope for that position, is that they will be able to take advantage of those things, both large and small opportunities. But there's nobody there doing that right now, other than what purchasing does by their own best efforts. That's correct. And it was my hope, and I think the rest of the senior management team's hope, that position would not have an impact to the bottom line of the county, because it really should result in savings sufficient to cover the cost of having it.
Just, it's a small thing, Savannah, but in there, you've got 11,000 transferred to reserve for the future of the front house. Then we've got the capital projects at 4,300 to finish the front of the house. Is the house going to be a continuous thing, or? And I'm not sure which of the front work with on the front porch. Go.
Great question. The front of the house is the lobby area. Everything when you're coming into the museum, the washrooms, the lobby, the gift shop, the visitor services area. So part of the $4,300 that is being pushed over from this year to next year, that's to finish the tourism component of the front of house. So right now we're putting a floor to ceiling Gray and Bruce map up on the wall to help situate and start to tell stories and itineraries about what does tourism look like in Grey County, where are the opportunities, because we no longer have a tourism information hub in Springmount that we used to. So Grey Roots used to be, and then it went there, and now it's coming back to us. So the 10,000 that was budgeted in 2024 is to do that work, to have the brochure racks that we need, to have the interactives, to be able to talk about what tourism opportunities there are across the region to push people out. But that $11,000, that's where that's coming out of. That's how we were able to pull that 10,000 out, but it will go towards things like lighting and cafe improvements. That's part of how we funded the floor when we had to level it all during COVID. As gorgeous as it was not level, and it created tripping hazards, and we did have a fall, so we were able to fix that, and that all comes out of that reserve.
Any other questions? Mr. Millen, right?
Thank you, sir. Two parts, Savannah, you briefly touched on capital additions to Morrison Village, and we're currently not putting anything into reserves. Are there any reserves currently that have been in the past earmarked for expansion? And what would be the next piece, so to speak, of the puzzle in Morrison Village that we could be putting money into reserves for, please?
Excellent question through you, Mr. Chair. There is a reserve that sits there. I'm not sure if maybe Mary Lou can pull it up to let me know how much. I don't know off the top of my head. In terms of what next opportunities, the general store was the big one that we just did and has been getting a lot of love, which is amazing. And we see huge potential if we can continue our work with NEC and others. But the church is one that was on the docket, a print shop as well, because when you go into the museum, right before you head into the collections, you see all of that print shop takes up a lot of space inside. That was another option. There is a full plan for building out Morrison, but those are the two that keep coming up to the next priorities, if and when it's possible.
Well, I wonder, it's easy to push off, but we've seen the value, I think, of the new general store and how it's been received. It's generated a lot of excitement in the museum world, I'll call it that. I think it's short-sighted to just shut the tap off and say, we're not going to go any further. Because at some point we need to do that. And whether it's a church or some other piece, whatever it is, I think we should be putting something into that reserve for the day when we do decide that, yeah, now's the time to actually proceed with another piece of the puzzle. So I'd be interested to know, Savannah, what your thoughts are on if we were to add a capital piece into reserves, how much we should be putting in. I know there was a lot of discussion last year on pulling that kind of thing out, but I think it's short-sighted not to be cognizant of the fact at some point we need to move, take the next step.
I think Mary Lou has the number here.
There is just shy of 98,000 in reserve for a church. That's what it was earmarked for. And as far as coming up with a number as to what a reserve should be, I'd say you have to start with, what do you think it's going to cost? What is it you want to build? What's going to cost? When do you want to build it? And then you start building toward a reserve.
The estimate on the church that we had last year to build was $1 million. Just to give you an idea of what it was. Teeny bit shy. Yeah.
My question is only because we're on the topic. When it comes to something like a printing press, a church is a little different because to try to find a sponsorship for a church, you're talking to an organization that's trying to find its own funding. When we're looking at the general store, we had a sponsorship from the Arnott family. If we're looking for doing like a printing press, do we actively look for that partnership in the community of somebody who may be, printing family or printing organization around the community that might be willing to support that kind of a build, or are we looking for those people to come to us when it comes to Grey Roots?
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Chair, our staff are always having those conversations. And there are absolutely people who do come to us because they want us to know that part of their future legacy they want to leave behind is something at Grey Roots. But we will also actively pursue. We haven't been right now because we are in transition of trying to get our house in order and making sure that we can operate what we have and doing it to the absolute best of our ability. But those conversations will be something that in the next couple of years, as we do progress through our master plan, we'd like to be able to have so that we can continue looking forward.
What would it cost to build a hospital? Is there becoming antiques for sure? And the other thing is revenue generation. We've got a general store. We got beer and wine sales there like they do every other general store in Grey County now. I think that would be a great revenue generator. You're in Grey County, they start at 2. Well, they do in Chatsworth, but maybe not every other place. Fine. Okay, Kim, get me back on the direction, fine. God. Anything else? Were you making the suggestion, Mr. Millen, that we add something into that building reserve? Can you find it from someplace and then, yeah, good.
So I would suggest that we maybe have that conversation. But as I said, I'd like to know from Savannah what her thoughts are. You know, is it a church that, I know the church was next on the list, but clearly a print shop might get us a better bang for the buck, so to speak, because it would move a lot of equipment out of the museum proper. I have no idea what a print shop costs, but I think it might be less than a church because basically it'd be a shell, right? So I'd be interested to know, and I'll have a conversation with Savannah afterwards to know what her thoughts are on a level of contribution to the levy or to the reserve for that. So I won't make an emotion at this point, but I want to have a further conversation with Savannah. Thank you.
That might be one of those ones that, yeah. Go back to staff. A little bit of a recommendation, trying to figure out what would be required. So we won't throw a number at it, but if there's no great hesitation, I don't want them doing a lot of work if it's only Mr. Millen's idea and the other four of us are saying, you crazy. Dane? You're admitting that in public? Okay, good, fine. Yeah. And you're about the same, Scott? Yeah. I certainly agree with you, but I think, you know, if there's still, you know, the capacity to move Grey Roots forward, Marston Village to come, you know, what is completion? Are we far from completing yeah, that, you know, to what the thoughts are we at 50%? Are we at 40%? Whatever, it doesn't matter, but I think that there still is a lot more and there needs to be some funding. With that idea that it's $1 million to build a church, 90,000, or sorry, you were 96,000, whatever that number was, 90,000 something is far from what, even if we find some very philanthropist out there that wants to build a church, build a print shop, whatever else is next. We need some funding. And probably building it up a little bit is better than going to Invest Ontario and borrowing $5 million to fill it out. Okay. Anything else, Scott?
Sorry, but it kind of ties into capital. And one last question before we release you into the rest of the day, Savannah. But if I could just rewind a little bit quickly back to page 43. We're talking about, I mean, the preeminent discussion to have is how do we look after the resources, the assets we already have? And then consider adding on. You could talk about what denomination of church you want. If you chose the Amish, then they could probably build you the print shop and the church. And you've still got, yep, and you still have some dollars in your reserve. But my question is on revenue. The revenues haven't, as projected, maybe achieved what we were hoping this year. Is there revenue at risk? And then secondly, day camp revenues are static, but costs are likely going up. Is there discussion that should be had about increasing some of the user fees? Because we should be, it should be necessary that we're achieving more revenues from the asset.
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Chair, for day camp, that cost, we increased it last year by almost $75 a week to make sure that we were aligned. So we are, at this moment, we break even. We don't make anything, we don't lose anything, and that is the goal for our day camps carrying through. So that one, I can assure you of that. Revenue this year has been down. We are not shy about that. We have talked to all of the museums around. They have all been in the same boat. What we have noticed, and there are a couple of things that are on us for that revenue being down. We were closed in January because of all of the changes that came through budget last year, to give us some time. We had a significant roof issue that happened in June that required us to go by pay by donation because we had to close many areas of Grey Roots. So that also impacted. And then outside of that, we just didn't have the same people through the doors. Now, when we say we have the Gift of Dinosaur coming next year, we know, and that's why you see the budget for next year, even though this year was lower, we didn't decrease it significantly because we know people will come for dinosaurs. If we did nothing, they will come and pay to come see dinosaurs. So next year, we're not worried about being at risk. What the future looks like, we are actively working on. So we are doing, I mentioned the lean training right now for Morrison Heritage Village, looking at what other opportunities there are with the resources that we have today, to be able to continue growing Grey Roots. And that is all going to be part of next year's plan as well. So we'll continue the lean training with all of Grey Root staff, all of economic development, tourism, culture actually is going to be doing this because we need to be able to do more with less. But that has been a significant shift. What we have noticed though, and you will see in the budgets, that our programming revenue is significantly increasing. And when we come back to you with the full year end projection, because I think it's based in August right now, but our year end for programs is really, really strong. And that's part of why you saw a $5,000 investment in programs on the operating side, was because we know we're going to make that back, no question, and probably more. So that was a strategic shift as part of the master plan work. We know it is working and we want to continue focusing on that. So I think that our budgets, we may need to relook at again in a year or so and shift how we're budgeting the revenues. But I don't think that we're worried about a loss of total revenue on the horizon by any means.
Okay. No other questions? Okay, you can take a breath now, Savannah. Just an hour and a half. Before we get on, what's the next one? Oh, as we close to lunch, it looks like it's planning. No? I'm gonna suggest so we take a quick 5-minute break. Do a little stretch. We'll have to be laser focused for Scott. And 5 minutes. Back. I'll be back in 5. Ready to go, Scott? Let's get going. Told him to be here. And that's Scott. He's ready to go. Let's go. We've got quorum. You fine, Scott? Give us the great news from planning.
All righty, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thanks for letting me present to you here today on the planning budget. Just before I get into my presentation, a big thank you to Amanda, Mary Lou, Sue, Kim, and Randy. There's a lot of hands that go into prepping this budget aside from just those in the planning department. And certainly our finance staff and CIO and deputy have been a wonderful help this year in getting us to the stage where we're at right now. I'm going to do things just a little bit differently than Savannah did. I'm going to take you through the planning budget, the operating and the capital. Then if it's appropriate, we'll pause for questions. We'll go through the agricultural budget, which is just operating, no capital. And then we'll go through the forestry and trails operating capital. Just before we get into things, it was said at the beginning of the meeting, but just to put a fine point on it, there's nothing in the planning budget that includes any funding for the centralized planning services delivery model. Should county council and member municipal councils vote to move forward with something in the future, there'll be a separate staff report with the financial ramifications of any actions going forward in that regard. Moving into the land use planning budget, the planning operating capital budgets this year include an increase of $104,680. 2/3 of this increase, so $68,800, is staff salaries, wages, and benefits. This is based on the non-union comp review from last year and the prices we're getting for those. There is a slight increase this year in the staff training and development. We're going from 2,500 last year to 4,600 this year. This is proposed to help train and retain our skilled staff. We've got a good, largely young department, and we hope to be able to hang on to a number of these staff as long as we can. And by continuing to offer them these growth opportunities and training opportunities, we feel that's important. With respect to some of the other proposed increases in the 2024 budget, the legal fees are proposed to increase by $5,000 and the professional and consulting fees are proposed to increase by $10,000. Both these line items are a direct result of the OLT proceedings, the Ontario Land Tribunal proceedings that we're currently in and have on the docket. Certainly, as we've seen this year, we've gone over what the budget was for 2024 in terms of the legal, and those professional and consulting, those aren't separate projects like the growth management strategy. These are generally, or at least this year, they've been generally where we need to hire experts to help defend our position at the Ontario Land Tribunal, aside from the core land use planning and legal people we have at those tribunal hearings. We're also seeing an increase in travel expenses from $7,000 in 2024 to $11,000 in 2025. This is due to the switch over to the CRA mileage rates, and we're getting a better handle on where things are at travel-wise with respect to the added planning ecology function, which was brand new in 2024. Revenue with respect to the application fees is variable. We have seen less revenue in 2024 from the local applications, but increased revenue on the subdivisions and the official plan amendments. So we're proposing some slight tweaks to that. But I think it's flagged in the budget document that these revenues are a bit of a risk, and certainly with interest rates and other economic factors, we do see dips in our applications from time to time. With respect to the capital, our major capital project for the planning department in 2025 is proposed to be the update to the growth management strategy. This was talked about in Liz's October 10th report to Committee of the Whole, and then there's a further report on the docket here this afternoon, looking at proceeding with that as soon as possible if the committee sees fit. This project is budgeted at $60,000. It was previously in the 10-year capital for $50,000. And again, this is as a result of the changes to the provincial planning statement and looking at those Ministry of Finance numbers. And just to go back to Savannah's excellent event from Thursday, they presented some information to share where the ministry's at versus where the current intercensus data is at. So there's definitely a need for further digging into these numbers here. We're also looking at carrying over the remaining portion of the archaeological management plan. This went out to RFP in 2024, and we are mostly completed the project, but there will be 35,000 in the 2025 budget, which is sort of that carryover, half of which is from development charge revenue. And then we have our annual contributions to the future replacement of the plotter, our official plan studies and an update for when it comes time for that 10-year review, and the development charges study, which is proposed to go in 2026. With respect to the other capital costs, we're reducing the age-friendly community action plan implementation dollars to 5,000 from 10,000 in the 2024 budget. And we're going with the status quo of 30,000 in 2025 for the housing action plan implementation. So overall, there's a net levy requirement of 24,300 in the 2025 budget, sorry, which is just a very slight increase from the 2024 budget. Maybe if it's appropriate, I'll pause right now for any questions on the core planning components.
Scott. Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Morning, Scott. Both Savannah and you talked about the non-union COLA increases. What percentage was the COLA increase? And maybe this should go to Jen, I'm not sure. What was the non-union COLA increase this year? Oh,
through you, Chair Eccles, the non-union increase, which is also the council increase as per our compensation policy, is 2.5%. And that is a blended average of our settled collective agreements, our upper tier market comparators, our 10 that we selected when we went through and did our last market review, and CPI. So that is a blended rate.
Anything else? Okay. Getting off easy. Mr. Mackey, try again.
well, just when you said Scott was getting off easy. The archaeological master plan, Scott, is that primarily mapping throughout Grey County in work with the two Indigenous communities to establish where the most sensitive areas are? Is that in a nutshell what that's going to provide us?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So the archaeological management plan is a mixture of working with, I think it's 7 Indigenous communities and various other groups. There's been a huge support from Grey Roots, as well as some of the groups that they regularly liaise with, including some of the Black history components and various other heritage and history groups across the county. But it is looking at those areas of the county where we're most likely to find those past settlement patterns or archaeological resources in that regard. So they look at things like topography, water courses, historic transportation routes, also with known sites across the county. And then they put that together in a map that shows you your high potential or high risk areas, so to speak, and conversely, those areas where you might have less likelihood to find archaeological resources. So it's been a great experience so far, in both in working with the consultant, but also working hand in hand with a number of our Indigenous communities in this regard, and having access to some of their both knowledge and traditional knowledge in that regard to help inform this map. So we hope to have something come forward in Q1 or Q2 of 2025 in terms of being able to present some of those early results to council in that regard.
Okay. Anything else? Let's move along then.
Alrighty, with respect to the agriculture budget, just as a bit of a reminder, the agricultural budget covers things like our forest management bylaw enforcement, covers our contributions to Gray Agricultural Services, and it also deals with our beaver and coyote claims in that regard. The budget this year is largely status quo. There is a proposed increase of approximately $10,000, and this would be to cover the potential for increased allocations to those beaver and coyote bounties, if you will. And so there was the piece of correspondence on the previous Budget and Finance Committee meeting, or sorry, council meeting from October the 10th. Council directed that we look into this further. We've got this as an agenda item on our December 5th Agricultural Advisory Committee to pick the committee's brains on this. And then we're just researching what other counties and municipalities are doing. So it is showing a $10,000 increase right now. If after that further staff report that comes forward, council decides that they want to make further changes or they don't want to go with that 10,000 increase, then it would essentially be a very similar number to last year in that regard. And as I mentioned, there is no capital for agriculture, so that's what we have for agriculture at this time. Happy to take any questions.
Mr. Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Scott, do you believe the 90 or the $10,000 is going to be enough for if council wants to increase the bounty up to a reasonable amount? I forget what the report, the gentleman that provided information to county council. All I can speak to is that the rural municipalities are having a difficult time with the beaver and coyote population as it comes to livestock kills, and we're creating a lot of additional wetlands that the conservation authorities may like, but a lot of the landowners don't. So I think we need to do something in that regard. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your question, Councillor Mackey. It's really tough to estimate because on the one hand, for the past couple of years, we are seeing increased numbers of claims. So even if we kept the bounty at the current rates of $25 and $50 per, then arguably we need more in the 2025 budget just to maintain those rates with the increased numbers of beavers and coyotes. If we were to increase the bounty, then we might need to look at that further in that regard. I certainly don't want to steal the thunder of any of the discussions that we're going to have with the Agricultural Advisory Committee or with the report that Sarah Johnson is likely to be presenting. What we found from a lot of other counties across the province is they don't have any such programs, and they don't offer these bounties at all. So it's certainly some further information we can give to county council to determine whether or not it's something you want to go forward with. I will say, just based on the number of claims we're seeing for coyotes and beavers, it does seem like there's a significant issue still out there. And I guess it'll be a discussion between council and staff as to whether or not this is the county's issue to be dealing with in that regard. And if it is, what's the appropriate compensation for the trapping in that regard.
And let's use the word grant. Bounty's just not harvesting. Thank you, Mr. Warden. Yep. Okay. Harvesting the king's bounty. Anything else on ag? And most of the ag is that offset for the use of space and whatnot at Grey Gables? Still having that?
Certainly, there's a portion of that. That's the Gray Agricultural Services. The other big portion of the ag budget is the budget that's allocated to Gray Sawbull with respect to our own forest management bylaw enforcement. So it's a little confusing. Forestry and trails covers our own forests and trails, but the agricultural budget covers the bylaw, which is private forests. So I'm not sure historically how it ended up like that, but the bylaw enforcement is the other big piece of that budget item, and that's not really changing in the coming year, although we are planning on a bylaw update hopefully in 2025.
I think it probably had a lot to do with it. It was farmers that at that point in time owned the forest. So I don't know quite as much. Okay, if nothing else, then forestry. Trails.
Alrighty, with respect to the forestry and trails operating capital budgets, we are looking at a proposed increase of $62,600. The main sort of story, if you will, of this budget is we're trying to do a better job of maintaining what we have and not bridging out into any new major capital projects. We of course have certain capital projects that we need to do in terms of bridge and culvert maintenance, but in both the 2025 and 2026 budgets, we're not proposing to build any new parking lots, which would allow greater access to either our forest or the CP Rail Trail. In 2024 and 2023, we've seen significant damage done to particularly some of our forest properties with respect to illegal trespassers. And so in the 2025 budget, we're proposing to waylay some of the bigger capital projects that we had hoped to do as part of the 10-year capital and focus on improving what we have. So these improvements could come in terms of signage. They could come in terms of working with our communication staff on public service announcements. And they could also come in terms of increased gates or barricades to try to keep some of those illegal motorized vehicle trespassers out. We are putting increased attention to the maintenance of the CP Rail Trail as well. Council will recall about 2 years ago, the county alongside some grant funding spent close to $1 million to stone dust the final 35 kilometers of the trail. We've been working with Pat's team and Transportation Services to look at grading of the trail, and we're going to grade approximately 25 kilometers every year. So basically every 3 years, you're on a cycle for the 77-kilometer trail to help maintain that investment that council made in the trail in that regard. We've also got increased spraying costs for some of the invasive species along the CP Rail Trail, whereas we used to budget approximately $4,000 for that. Based on the information we're getting from our weed inspector and from Gray Sobel, we're seeing that closer to $10,000 in the 2025 proposed budget. And then with respect to plowing of some of the existing parking lots, those costs continue to rise, but in the 2025 budget, we won't be plowing the Markdale lot, which used to be used by Chapman's Ice Cream any further, and we won't be plowing the newly constructed lot at Rockford. We will continue to plow the Collapore lot. And then with respect to overall maintenance, including things like that signage, the gate replacements and everything else, we're looking at about $25,000 for that maintenance. Some of that will be offset by a transfer from reserves of that same $25,000. The other thing that's driving the increase this year, for the past 2 years, we've been funding that buckthorn project, which is the invasive species that's impacting a number of our county forests through one-time funding. We are proposing this year to move half of that $78,000 into the levy to slowly transition that into a levy cost. Everything we're getting from Gray Sobel has said it's been very, very successful, but it's going to be a constant fight, and it's not a one and done or 2 years and done kind of thing. We're going to need to keep investing if we want to keep battling that invasive buckthorn in that regard. We're also seeing an increase in the amount of taxes paid to municipalities in lieu of our county forest, which is to be expected based on everybody's tax rates increasing. And then we're seeing a revenue decrease of approximately $4,000 based on the sale of the co-op lands in Dundalk. So needless to say, they're not paying those lease fees anymore. In terms of capital, we are seeing a slight increase on the contracted services from Transportation Service on the bridge and culvert maintenance, but that's again just to cover the sort of COLA, cost of living in that regard. And then we're looking at $25,000 again for the trail survey project. In terms of the narrative that you see up on the screen there was an oversight on my part. I didn't catch this. It states $6,000 for CP Rail Trail crossing improvements on highways and county roads. That was a hangover from the 2024 budget, and that's not actually in 2025. So as long as we can get that project done this year, that'll be coming off in that regard. As was noted at the beginning of the presentation today, there is re-included in the 2025 budget the $5,000 contribution to the Forest Festival, which was directed at the October 28th Budget and Finance Committee meeting for consideration by both this committee and council in the future. And then the final thing I'll say is that forest harvest revenue continues to fluctuate from year to year. Based on the tender that was issued just recently, we are going to be up in 2025 by $11,000, but that can easily go down in future years. As such, the net capital for the trails, the net capital levy for the trails is $114,400 in 2025, which is up approximately $2,000 from the net capital levy in 2024. So that's the high level summary of the Forestry and Trails budget, but certainly be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Mr. Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Scott, are you confident that the money that we're spending on the Buckhorn, are we making any gains with it? Or, with all the neighboring properties, they're not going to be spending money on getting rid of the Buckhorn. Is this money that is worth spending?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your question, Councillor Mackey. All the reports we've got from those that know more about this issue than I do say it's really, really positive. They've been able to cover more acres in each of the first 2 years than we anticipated in those years for the budgeted amount. And so they have been seeing great results in the forests they've covered. Certainly, we haven't touched all the county forests yet. I've asked those same questions with respect to, we're not an island here, and if we're doing this and others aren't, what are the what's the long-term prognosis? We don't have a crystal ball in that regard, but Grace Auble still recommends that it's worth doing. Otherwise, we could see a significant impact to our county forest, both in terms of potential future harvest revenue, but more so even in terms of just the overall health of the forest and maintaining that for what's needed. We have also been told that there's others across the province that are watching what we're doing here to see our success levels. We'd looked at others when we recommended this program. There was the town of Oakville and some others that were early out of the gate in terms of combating buckthorn. But I guess longer term, we'll need to assess it as it goes forward in that regard.
I think it's along that idea. How successful have we been in removing wild chervil? That was one that we picked on and whatnot. And quite frankly, when you come up Highway 10 between Chatsworth and Owen Sound, on the private property home, there's 3 or 4 farms there that it just covers. We're doing a good job in our forest, but is it an overall thing? What are you fighting, the avalanche here? I don't know.
It's tough, and we've been having some of these same discussions as staff and some of these same discussions with Grace Auble staff that manage this contract for us. As you pointed out, Chair Eccles, it's not just buckthorn. There's a top 5 or a top 10 invasive species that we could be battling on top of any noxious weeds or anything like that. We're seeing increase in garlic mustard and dog strangling vine. We've had long-term battles with Phragmites. So it's none of these are going away, but we're doing what we can to battle some of the higher priority ones in favor of maintaining the long-term health of our assets in terms of those county forests. But certainly it's challenging, and we are looking at applying for some funding for 2025 to help offset some of those costs. But that funding was only announced last week, as I understand it, and we haven't included it in the budget yet because it's certainly not a sure thing. But if we are successful, hopefully it could offset some of these buckthorn costs in that regard.
Obviously, there'll be a provincial program, so it'll be hundreds of thousands of dollars that we're applying for.
I'd have to confirm those exact numbers. I don't have them off the top of my head, sorry.
Anything else? Forestry and trails. All right. What's the next one you got, Scott? Nothing. Mary Lou.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll finish up the planning, economic development, tourism and culture portion of this meeting with a discussion on Gray Transit. We're all aware that the Gray Transit route launched in 2020 and the current contribution agreement with the province ends March 31st, 2025. And as I've mentioned previously, this budget does not include anything beyond 2025. It does, I'll point out that it has a $78,000 contribution from the one-time funding reserve. Preliminary estimates are that that is the amount that is required on top of what's left in our grant to get us to the end of March. And there's very little to speak to other than it's a quarter of a year's budget. And if you have any questions on what's in the budget document, I'll take those. Otherwise, Kim is prepared to speak on next steps.
Thanks, Mary Lou. As some of you are aware, there are two open funding programs right now. OTIF, the Provincial Transit Infrastructure Fund, and the Federal Rural Transit Solutions Fund. We have had discussions with Bruce County, Dufferin County, and SMART about applying for funding under both of those programs. The federal program is a planning stream exclusively. The provincial OTIF funding is both for planning and operational type projects. But to look at a planning project for 2025 that would examine what a single accessible door-to-door service would look like and cost across the three counties. The purpose of this project would be to examine how we could leverage all of the existing investment in transit that's currently happening in the three counties. If we eliminate the duplication of back office services and look at providing a single managed service, there's the potential for conversations with, for example, Owen Sound Transit or Meaford Moves or HCSS, Home and Community Support Services, which has funding from Ministry of Health. But there's a potential project here, so we're putting that project together as we speak. That's what Stephanie Stewart is doing right now in conversation with the others. Rural Transit Solutions, the federal program, has $50,000, and OTIF doesn't have a specific cap and is also a continuous intake. But the federal program, the application has to be in by the end of day on Thursday. The intent would be also to look at the provincial program and see if we can do two things with that, with OTIF. A, get OTIF to contribute also to the planning project, but second of all, to fund a proof of concept for this door-to-door service that would assist us in maintaining the most successful route that we have, which is the Highway 10 route, but leverage an investment that Dufferin County has decided to make, which is an all-day service between Orangeville and Shelburne. So our Highway 10 service, which was originally going all the way to Orangeville, could stop at Shelburne and then pick up on that service to get people to their employment via the GO station in Orangeville. So we would look at a proof of concept through on OTIF on how this might operate and what the costs would be, as well as contributing to the planning thing. So those are the two things that we're looking at right now. I don't have hard numbers for you this very minute because this hasn't been a very fast moving train. And so I'm pulling those together. But so we will have them for the next time, but the idea would be if we could continue the investment that it would take to maintain the resource that we have in 2025, that would be about $100,000. And then we would look to the grant programs to put the additional money on the table that would be required to support the planning projects. And I'll still have to have some more conversations with Bruce and Dufferin regarding consulting, and Stephanie is also moving down those numbers. So there's work happening right now, and so I guess what I'm asking this committee to do is to consider your willingness to provide the county's contribution to these planning projects and the proof of concept project, with the proviso that if we are not successful with the grant program, either one of them, then we would have to make a decision then at that time about whether or not we wanted to continue on, or say, okay, that's the end then. We've taken this as far as we can take it.
Mr. Millen, Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to continue to support the investment we've made in this project. It makes no sense, and I don't know, I don't think anybody knows if we are successful when that funding might come forward, but the current funding is going to end the end of March, but it makes no sense to shut the project down and then a month later find out we're getting funding to carry on, because by then the customers are gone, the supplier's gone, we start all over again. I think it's important to support the route, whether it's a month or two or whatever it is. And I don't, as Kim has indicated, she doesn't know what the cost might be at this point, but I think it's important to do that, because there are a good number of people that are relying on that transportation system to get to work, to get to medical, to get to whatever. And I think we do a great disservice to those people if we let the system fall apart for the lack of that bridge funding, if you want to call it that. So I'd be interested to see what the numbers do tell us in the interim. But very much, I'm going to suggest that I'm supportive of at least bridge funding until we find out whether we're successful for the funding, or the additional funding.
Anything else? Go ahead, Scott, Greg.
So I might have to have you expand on this a little bit more, or reiterate it again for me, because you spoke of Bruce, Dufferin, Gray, but then you kind of focused on the one route being Highway 10. So my first question would be like, why would Bruce County have anything to do with the discussion here? So I guess that's the first question.
Right, thank you. Sorry, I wasn't clear. The three counties are, our shared interest is in the planning aspect of all of this, and the planning of a regional door-to-door, point-to-point, accessible service that would serve the whole geography. So this is just the planning project. So we wouldn't be putting any money into, for that aspect of things, would just be, what does a system look like? How much money is being invested in various flavors of transit, whether that's accessible transit or conventional transit, in the system right now? How did the revenue and expenses shake out? There's a lot of gas tax that's on the table here with all of this. What could we deliver with a single consolidated service that was run on a regional basis? So this, I'm only just talking right now, but what does a regional transit board look like and how would that work? But these would not, the thinking is that these would not be fixed route transit services similar to what the GTR was, but rather it's point to point. You're getting picked up and you're getting dropped off. And the back end of this is the ability to do the logistics and ensure that vehicles are moving around in a way that they need to, and to provide a timely service that people would value. The other part of this is actually the operational aspect. And that operational aspect, which again would be a very small proof of concept, very much concentrated in an area where we know we have a critical mass of users. So this is, how can we continue to provide service that those folks in that southern end of Grey County have come to rely on? Like there's hundreds of rides every month that are getting people from the southern part of Grey County to the pick up the go in Orangeville. And what does it look like if we support something that will leverage Dufferin's new investment in all-day service from Shelburne to get from South Grey into Shelburne so that they can pick that up and get where they need to go?
So I guess I'm wondering, are we opening the door here to, it sounds a bit like an Innisfil roadmap. And if I used an example of somebody in like Balaclava, for instance, are we considering constructing a transit system that might function for an individual in Balaclava to travel to Owen Sound or to Meaford on demand? In which case, then the real discussion is, this is just a very large area that even to consider it would fly in the face of our climate change. We're driving all over the people to facilitate rides. And then I'm wondering why we even have this climate change initiative, because it would seem to be somewhat at odds with itself. I guess that would be my concern, is what are we eventually considering here? Or do we just have the discussion and identify that we are a very large, quite rural area that just doesn't have that critical mass to facilitate the transit needs? And for the most part, we should be directing individuals that require transit where transit exists, and that's in the larger centers, being Owen Sound, perhaps Highway 6, Highway 10, those corridors, because yeah, we have seen it. I just drove up through Highway 10 last night and stunned the amount of traffic from Orangeville to Shelburne and Dundalk. Like there's so much traffic there. So I see the need at the bottom end. But the Innisfil, I mean, you could have a cost of make it up driving people anywhere and then just giving them a voucher of $5 or $8 or something. It blows your budget to smithereens in no time. And that's what happened in Innisfil, is their budget just mushroomed. And then they had to respond to it. So I would have a lot of trepidation that considering a door-to-door service in this area, because it's a level of service that we can't afford, would be my concern.
Thanks for those comments. And I think that we're all very aware of the situation that Innisfil found themselves in. I think though, to be fair to the public, no one is suggesting that this service would be at free or at no cost to the future riders. That's what a proof of concept would really be meant to looking into. What there is a significant amount of money that is being spent today on moving people around. Can we spend that money better than we are? Is to provide more service to more people on a single service rather than having multiple services, sometimes with some significant overlap. That's the question that's on the table. When you think about what it costs someone to own a vehicle, insure that vehicle, fuel that vehicle, when you look at what's happening with the price of electric vehicles and whether or not, as that comes down, do those vehicles then become a more attainable form of transportation for this service to use, which would take away, I think, a little bit of some of the climate concerns. We don't know I don't think we have the answers, but we know that we have a population that is spread out, is aging. When we have there are a lot of people who have said they would use a service if that service was there and it was convenient for them. I think what we've seen out of the GTR and the ridership there is amazing when you consider the environment that it's operating in and the fact that you've got to get to where the bus starts or ends to be able to use it at all. And people have been willing to do that. So there is potential there and there's grant funding available to explore that potential further. But again, it's totally up to this table and to council to determine whether or not you're interested in looking at that question. But I mean,
The other Scott, Mr. Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I've been with the Saugeen Mobility Board for 12 years, I think, and we've struggled with cost increases at Saugeen Mobility, but we've been able to, we're actually doing a pilot project where municipalities, and Chatsworth was the first one because we couldn't afford to continue to have the cost increase the way they had been. So we were able to reduce our municipal contribution from, I think it was $46,000 down to 15. We set the rate. We increased the billed kilometers that the individual pays to accommodate that lost income. Saugeen Mobility still needed the income. We had set our municipal rate, so then the user is paying the difference. So for example, the amount of subsidy, I guess, that we're paying towards the individual rider. So now a trip to from Owen Sound to Chatsworth is about $30, where it used to be 15. So the user is paying a lot more. That can be done on a lot bigger scale. So you set your municipal contributions of what you're willing to subsidize, and then you put the rest on the person using it. People living in the country, as Kim alluded to, there are a lot of seniors that may have the money, want to stay in their home, but they lose their license. So this gives them the option of staying in their home community as long as they would. I don't know all the answers to this, but when we had it presented to us, I'd like to hear more. Kim's absolutely right. We've got a lot of different organizations that are providing transit, and there is duplication. We've said this at the Smart Board for a long time. There's a lot of duplication. If you can harness some of that and bring it under one system, I think it's worth looking at. I'm the first to say, I don't want a lot of taxpayers' dollars going towards this, but a lot of people would pay whatever they need to pay just to have access to a service. And access means point to point in my estimation, so. I take my own mother, she lives in rural Grey Highlands. She now has the opportunity to utilize Saugeen Mobility, that you know, with Grey Highlands coming on board. So we already have 5 Grey County municipalities that are paying into SMART. If those contributions were going towards a better system, it doesn't have to cost anymore. That depends on what is devised, what the final version looks like. Owen Sound spends a lot on transit. If some of those costs all went into one pool, it doesn't mean that the person, when we say point to point, you have to book well in advance. If you want to make sure you've got that appointment booked for a doctor 2 weeks up the road, then phone when you know what your appointment is. Just to phone up and say, I want to ride in 15 minutes, that's not going to happen. But if you book well in advance, you can live a good life that way. So anyway, those are my thoughts. I think we need to explore it. But not spend a lot of money.
Dane. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Chair. So the question, Kim, today is whether or not this committee is supportive of, I use the term Warden used, was bridge funding to continue the route, the one route that exists down the Highway 10 corridor, while we're investigating the funding options and the interest in partner organizations to come together. But today's request is, are we interested in maintaining Highway 10 corridor route from Owen Sound to Shelburne? And that costing, I think you said our Griff County share, was that the 100 grand you spoke of, or was the 100 grand for the so that's the part I'm just trying to understand. The question today is really, do we support putting in money, because we're talking about the budget, to support that corridor route for a few extra months while we try to find out the answer to the other question?
That's correct. That's correct. So there's a staffing aspect of this, and then there's the actual cost of the proof of concept operational piece. I'm seeking grant funding for that to cover that off, but like most grants, there'll be some expectation that the person who's benefiting from the grant has got some skin in the game. So I can call our staffing resource an in-kind contribution to that, but I'm thinking just to, keep things going or provide some assurance to us that, we'll be able to go on past March 31st. We should be prepared to put some cash contribution into this. And yeah, I don't have hard numbers right now, so I don't want to guess. I'm thinking that we're talking about, in the neighborhood of $20,000 a month, which would be offset by fare revenue, etc. But I'm pulling that out of the sky.
So a question then, we're currently looking at $78,000 in one-time funding to stabilize to get us through the end date. Are we talking about levy contribution now, or is there an ability to use the one-time funding to continue that stabilization past the March 31st deadline? Because I think, when I remember the conversation around the table, when the decision was made to not fully support the GTR moving forward, there was a significant concern about the levy cost to run transit in our rural Grey County. And if we're looking at trying to merge organizations and get the operating funding, it's that idea that, as far as I understood this council, there was no interest in levy dollars going into that. It was, how do we manipulate and utilize the funding that exists? So my question then is, if this plan is to move forward, is there one-time funding available? Is there some other funding available that isn't going to be throwing $80,000 onto the levy for 4 extra months to then still cut the service if the numbers don't add up, rather than, that reserve funding kind of thing?
Thanks for the question. So to be clear, the 78,000 of one-time funding is supporting all of the GTR routes, right? So there's quite a bit of activity that goes into that. And we knew from, and have been watching this unfold for, you know, the last few years, that some of the routes are much stronger than others, but that was the commitment that was made about this is what we're doing. So as far as additional one-time funding beyond March 31st, that would be focused only on that Southern Grey proof of concept project, that, Mary Lou, is a question, I think, for you. Is that a reasonable source of resources that we could draw from in the short term, as opposed to levy dollars?
I'm going to preface that with, it depends. So if there is going to be a contribution that's required annually as us being part of this project, then I'd say that, you know, if we could have an estimate of what that is, we put that in the budget. Because we already know that next year already has its challenges, assuming that all the assumptions we've guessed are correct. And if you want to continue the service on past March 31st, knowing that we mightn't get an answer until it could run June 15th, then that makes sense and you would fund it from one time.
So thank you, Chair. And I think my challenge there is the council as a whole made the statement that they didn't want to see levy dollars going into the transit. That was the direction. And so it's hard to sit here and say, as a finance and budget committee, where our task is to review the budget and give recommendations to county as a whole, to try to reverse that course on really a unknown of what will work or what won't work. That's my challenge right now. And I respect, Warden, your comment of like, you know, are we going to have a break in service for a couple of months? You will lose the base or support. There'll be question marks as to whether or not it's going to be stable once it gets up and running again. But it's hard when I think the message was clear from county as a whole that this was the direction we were headed. We knew what that meant, at least at the time. I fully understood the, you know, what that decision meant. And it seems here we're just trying to grasp at a straw as to how do we find an option that can keep the moment, keep it going, which is, to be honest, seems counter to what the direction from council was.
And your point is well taken. I think as staff, it's our responsibility to always be aware of the changing landscape, that what other opportunities are before us. When council made the decision last year, it was our understanding that the province was going to announce something in follow-on to the community transportation program that funded GTR initially. As it was, it took longer than I think we thought it might to get that information. I think this opportunity, OTIF opportunity, only was brought to our awareness sometime in October. And so that's what brings us here today, is we have new information about an opportunity that we can use or not. But you're absolutely right. The status quo was something that council expressed clearly that they didn't wish to continue. It was a judgment call on my part that this was something different than the status quo.
Mr. Miller first, then Mr. Mackey.
Thank you, Chair. I think you're right, Dane. Council made it very clear that they didn't want to see levy money on an ongoing basis. But I think we see an opportunity here to salvage something out of that whole program. So I don't want to seem unreasonable. And I don't think council would be unreasonable to at least hearing the opportunity. They may say as a whole, nope, that's it. We made our decision. We're not putting levy money in. Fair enough. But we have an opportunity to salvage the system because it's clearly going to end on the end of March 31st. So if we can, again, make that bridge funding for a couple months out of one-time funding, that I don't think that's unreasonable to get us to a better system if we're successful in our grant applications. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Anne Marie, to blindside you. We've talked a lot about this service as something that's serving people who are trying to get back and forth to employment. But I think that there's another aspect to this, and that has to do with the growing population in the southern part of the county who is without a transportation solution. If the GTR or anything else goes away. Can you speak a little bit to what you're seeing as far as people who might need more support?
Certainly. So we are seeing a growing number of people in Southgate that are on Ontario Works. We exponentially growing. So certainly there would be a lack of transportation in that area for these folks. And anybody who is on ODSP or OW, we can provide them with some assistance for medical, but that would be it. You know, if it was employment or anything else related, then it would need, there are no funds available for that at this time. So that I know is another group that is using this transportation system.
Yeah. Mr. Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess just to respond to Dane, you know, you were absolutely correct that we voted against the transit system in the form it was currently in. 5 of the different municipalities that sit around this table already support transportation through Soggy Mobility. Well, guess what? I think, and certainly at our council table, we thought there was duplication for a long time, and I think this is an opportunity to explore whether or not there truly is, whether there's an opportunity to leverage some of the investments that we're all making. Most of us are making every municipality is making some investment in a different form. Some is through Soggy Mobility, some is through Sound Transit, Meaford's doing their Meaford Move stuff. And this is looking at all those systems and can we, we all have deadhead. They call it deadhead, where a vehicle goes one way and then you're sitting there for a long time. That vehicle could sit there for 3 hours at the Owen Sound Hospital. They could be moving a bunch of people around Owen Sound during that time. There's a lot of waste in the system right now. And I think it really behooves us to look to make sure that we're not dismissing that, but there might be an opportunity for a better system overall. I'm not saying there is, and I'm not saying I want to spend a whole bunch of county dollars. I don't. I think the money's in the system right now, if we can find it properly. And I think county council would be open to that opportunity to explore them. So that's why I'm okay with this. We're not making a financial commitment, and I'll be hard pressed to support a lot of county dollars going towards this, but I know what we're paying right now. I know there's an appetite out there for a lot of people. Maybe if you're not on OW or Ontario Works or ODSP, those funds are limited, but as was just mentioned, those people can access funds for medical appointments. But there's a significant portion of well-to-do people that would welcome the opportunity to have transit available to them that maybe can't drive for one reason or another. Anyway, I'm in support of it.
Go ahead, Mr. Greg.
my last comment would be, just when you bring this back forward, can you consider different, I mean, can you consider the revenue stream changing in terms of pricing perhaps? I'm just thinking, this summer I flew out in Toronto, I took the Ghost for $20 to Guelph, I'm on the GO train and I'm on the up and $45. And I'm like, have you parked at the airport lately? Like, it's a no-brainer. I don't know why more people don't make use of it. The bus was 3/4 full, split between people going to the slots at Elora, some people working, and some people doing other things in Guelph. But you can bring the bus back, then the Lynx, or I forget the coach name that is being tried right now. But I just think we've really been stalled at this $5. I mean, I think we have to be realistic when we come forward with an idea, that we examine the pricing, and to hold pricing at where it is just not reasonable in today's realm. Costs are instrumental. Any transit system has ballooning costs. Like, it's not insignificant costs, and they could be spread out, but they're huge costs in providing transit. So we have to glean as much revenue as possible, and which fair, but $5 flat rates for year over year is not fair to the taxpayer who's funding the system.
Okay. And Mary Lou, maybe you can give me this one. In that second paragraph, during the December 2023, council directed to remove the tax levy related to the GTR and offer transit, The strategy being carried for the 2025 budget, it is to use $78,000. So do I read that the levy was never taken out? Because I thought that was the direction, and kind of what Dane was talking about, but we need 78,000 in there just for 1 quarter?
So there's two pieces to this. When we looked and we balanced everything for the 2023 year end, we saw how much money was left in the grant. And then it became apparent that we needed about 78,000 if all the expenses follow through that we have that would need to be funded. And you're correct. We removed 440,000 roughly from the levy from the 2024 budget to get to the budget that was approved. So in that case, we feel that we have to use 78,000 in one-time funding from reserve to get us in combination with what's left in the grant through to the end of March 2025.
So I guess the date really should have been January 1st. Yeah. We missed on that projection. That's on us. What do you want to do? Nope, it's not, because it is here. Kim's put it forward as a suggestion that with the funding that may come available, we might need a little bit extra to get us through till we know what funding is there. But I agree with Councillor Mackey. I sat on SMART quite a long time ago, and yeah, you have home and community support. You have buses that are transporting the same people. Literally. Passing one another. And I know quite seriously between home and community support, be at a spot, pick somebody up, and 5 minutes later, a smart transit bus comes and picks somebody up. And that's in the city of Lone Sound. where the bus goes right by the door. The redundancy in the system that we have is ridiculous. Consensus we would give staff the idea to put the funding in there until we can see. So we can get us to. But is it 3 months or is it 4 months funding? That you're looking for? Your best guess, Ms. Wingrove?
Yeah, I can, moving along here. I think you tell me a number. If you tell me a number and then we'll just do what we do, which is as far as trying to, make the most of what's available. Is it 75,000? Can we work with that? Is that reasonable? Or is it? I'll take 150 if you got it, but I don't think I'm going there, so.
You'd be wise because you're not getting any lunch if you're gonna go there. Mr. Mackey.
This is critically important to a lot of people, so I think it's important to invest enough money to make sure that we've got the answers none of us have the answers right now. We just don't know what's available. We have some figures, I can give you the figures, what member municipalities are making contributions to Saugee Mobility. And then there's the gas tax. One thing you gotta remember, if you don't have public transit, you're not levying any gas tax. So if none of us were involved, we're giving up a lot of money that we can be leveraging from gas tax. So, and that's based on your population and ridership, I think. So if all of us have a transportation system, we get those gas tax dollars. So now it's a matter of finding what the formula is, what's the fair amount of compensation that the individual riders pay. So to spend $100,000 to get all those answers, I don't think it's wasted. I think there's an opportunity to provide transit that's door to door throughout Grey County. It may cost you $50 a ride, but I would at least, if I needed transport, if I can phone and say, I need transport for this doctor's appointment and it's going to cost me this, I'm glad that we've got it available, people. Because boy ago, I was told that our last long-term care to go from Lee Manor to the hospital was $430 or $50 just for a one-way trip, just to go up and get dialysis. So we can do better than that. It may be expensive for an individual, but I know we can do better than that. So anyways, I'd like to see our pooled resources going towards one system if we can do it. I'm not completely optimistic, but we need to look at it anyway. So I'd throw it 100,000, Mr. Chair.
And you want that per se from one-time funding? This is bridging. It's not going to be a continuous thing. I think that's what we're looking at. So we can get the numbers. And is the province, and can you get smart home? Can you get home and community? And can. All right, 100,000 is out there. This isn't an auction. People are not looking for any more. Mr. Millen.
So if you want a motion, then I'll make a motion that council this committee recommend to council that they consider $100,000 of one-time funding to accomplish the aforestated objective. Transit study, or however you want to phrase it.
Get us to the point where we find out whether we've got the funding there and whatnot, and get the numbers of how much this can be used going forward. Mr. Mackey, you want to second that? Understanding that this is on top of the 78,000 that's already in the budget. 78,000 is getting us from January 1st, I take it, to March 31st. We're putting in another 100,000, which should be April, May, June. So we get to vacation time in July. All right. Mr. Gregg.
I was just going to move an amendment that to the wording that it be an upset limit of 100,000. Because that seems to be more inclusive of future discussions of revenue being derived from the actions.
Change a bit of the wording there. Oh, fine, that's good. Well, it's an upset limit of 100,000. Should be able to do it for 50. No, I want to work in planning. They got a job there. What is that? Natural heritage study person of some sort? Yeah, that's the one that I want. Never got that offer. No. This was last year when we get into that natural heritage study stuff. Anybody else? All those in favor, then the motion is presented. Passed. You have a few months to get everybody all partnered up in one mass transit system between Alliston and Stokes Bay. Yeah, let's go to Tobermory. Heck with it. Okay. Okay. Well, let's get Walters Falls in there. If it'll be a one-way trip. You'll never get back out of there. All right. We got lunch. Let's try to be back by 1:30. Lunch is in the staff, whatever room that is over there. Yeah, next door. Thanks, Tara. Everybody back? Ready to go, Rob? All right. Gordon wants to be out of here by 2:30, so we better keep going. He really hasn't got much time left, so. The heck will. Mary Lou. Where are we back to? Human Services?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, we are starting with Human Services. So overall, for social services, housing, long-term care, and paramedic services, there's a net levy requirement for operating and capital of $33,706,800, which is an increase of $1,502,700 as compared to 2024. This also includes an increase to the levy of $600,000 for the Rockwood redevelopment project that began earlier this year. And I'll turn it over to Anne Marie to speak to social services and children's services.
Good afternoon. I am going to, there's a whole bunch of little budgets within Ontario Works, childcare and housing. So I'm just going to maybe hit some highlights and then happy to answer any questions along the way. So starting off with our Ontario Works budget. So it says Social Services Ontario Works there, but Social Services is actually Ontario Works and Early Learning and Childcare. Starting with Ontario Works, it is an increase of $13,700 to the budget. We are removing our denture program that we have. There is a program now that covers it, so it's not being used. But we are increasing our non-benefit funerals. So we continue to see an increase in requests for funerals. We did have success in controlling the budget by changing what costs we were covering, and it seems to be working fine, but we are seeing still a bit of an increase. The Ontario Works itself, the levy impact, we actually have had our wages or our funding frozen from 2018. And in that, in the past few years, we have added on to the municipal levy to keep up with things like our wages, our increases, and also looking at some of our benefits going to people like our funerals and whatnot. This year, the government or the province has increased our budget and we pay 50%, they pay 50%. So that has allowed us to take back about $148,400 that we were putting in as levy dollars. And we are able to fund a caseworker position. So the province is providing us this year 50% for another caseworker. We're increasing our amount of assessments that we're doing and also increasing stability supports. So our role in Ontario Works has changed, as you're aware, from just doing benefits and providing benefits and employment to stability. So as part of stability, we're looking at how can we stabilize a person so that they might be able to move forward with whatever that goal of the day is. Maybe it's getting their ID, maybe it's applying for a job, getting a resume done, or maybe it's just helping them find funds or a place to live that night. So that's sort of our role has changed. Our caseload has increased. In 2023, we were around 1,230. This year, we're estimating 1,368. And next year, the province has given us an estimate of 1,454. So you can see about 230 people increased over the last 2 years. So definitely the need for another caseworker. So all in all, it ends up with a levy increase of $13,700 for that. Any questions for Ontario Works?
Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Emery. Nothing that you can control here, but I'm just wondering, I highlighted 1454. It includes a 6.7% caseload increase over the 24 estimated average caseload at 1363. What's that look like for a trend line? Because I mean, think of the 4-county planning board when they're talking about, employment rates and so forth. That seems a little high. So I'm just wondering, what's the relationship like in terms of the actual workforce that's out there and that number increasing at that rate?
So I would say it's increasing because of economic times, definitely. And I would say that we see a lot of more people on our caseload that cannot work. At least not now, not maybe with some of the situations, some of the mental health or addictions that they are experiencing right now. We also increased our assessments. So the OW assessments that we do is those are the assessments we would have someone assess to see if they were to go on to ODSP, Ontario Disability. So we have a very small percentage of our caseload that's actually employment ready right now. But as our role for stability, we can work on those pre-employment skills. So that's sort of why our role is changing and focusing more on pre-employment and assisting people to, possibly look at someday being able to be employed or to be on disability, depending on what their circumstances. Okay, next is the early learning and childcare budget. We have an increase of $139,000 over last year. In this budget, we did receive 5% of our administration costs, a reduction from 10 to 5%, which is $441,300. We had a report that came to council before outlining how we were going to deal with that. And we have had a reduction of 3 staff in the department. So that was 1 manager and 2 workers. And so we are looking at a bit of an increase for our administration budget because of that loss of funding of $157,000. We also received more funding for our early on. We did 2025 is a different funding mechanism. We have gone from a lot of little pots of money into some more stabilized funding. And the early on funding did see a increase of 56,600. So overall, we're looking at an increase of 139,000. And again, just simply due to changes in the funding for administration. Any questions for early learning and childcare? Yes.
That's why you've got a lot of these little ones in here. We'll have to be trained on this microphone thing before we get too far. So the province reduced, what was their reasoning for the reduction again? So if they were reducing, do we reduce? We're delivering the program for the province. So the province isn't going to fund it. I guess philosophically, should we continue providing the program at that level that they were funding?
So we can't, not with the reduction in funding that we have. So with the staffing that we have remaining, we are changing the way that we are providing services. Some will have a naturally fee subsidy as a program that will reduce itself as the funding reduces for CWELC. So right now we're at about $22 a day that a person pays. So once the province implements its next funding increase or decrease, then there'll be less and less people that need fee subsidies. So once we get down to that $12 a day, we probably will have less people. So that position itself, we're about 2 years too early for the reduction, but you can see how that position itself will work itself out. The other two, definitely there'll just be a reduction in what we can do. We will be getting out less to our providers, daycare providers, childcare providers. And right now we're just kind of having a look at what that looks like. It'll start January 1st and we're just adjusting our service levels accordingly.
But in the meantime, we're $139,000 more spending on levy dollars this coming year than we would have obviously last year.
Some of that is 50-50 funding. So we do, that is part of our deal with the provinces that we do provide some of that 50-50. So some of those funds would have been in there anyways, but yes, there are some funds in there from administration.
Anything else? Okay, on to the next.
So next is housing.
Sorry, I thank you very much because not sitting on the committee, I do not have the informed perspective that committee members would. Because there's just a lot of components I find in the whole early learning envelope. So I did have it highlighted on page 52. 1,132,300 is included for startup grants to support the targeted creation of affordable childcare spaces. Can you enlighten me a little bit more on what that entails? It's a lot of money and I know very little about where it's being directed.
So those are provincial dollars and we have a targeted growth plan in which the province provides us funding and we work with our providers to open up more spaces for childcare. So that could be through before and after school, working with our school boards, or it could be with our private daycare providers. Some of them are opening up new centers or adding on to centers. And those are the funds that the province provides to us so that we can help with not necessarily the capital, but more what they would need in order to get those spaces going. So would it be a refrigerator, chairs, that sort of idea? So that's the funds that we have. And we have a plan up until, I believe it's 600 new spaces by 2026 that we're working towards. And again, working with school boards and private daycare. We have a wait list of about 2,000 people or children waiting for care.
So this is really executing for the province or delivering for the province, not our own initiatives or priorities. Okay.
And my apologies, I did skip the capital part of it. We do have our county social initiatives for 2025 with a $293,400. These are levy dollars. There are no additional dollars being put forward. We have capital, just our annual contribution that we make for computer reserve replacement and our interfunctional lease charges. And then in childcare, we did put in some funding for capital for the new early on building that we're looking at constructing in Hanover. And the project will be funded from reserves proceeds from the sale. And the sale wouldn't happen until after it's built in 2026. Okay, moving on to housing, we're looking at an increase of 576,300. Housing has some revenue that we get from our tenants. We feel that there will be an overall increase of about 18,700 and in tenant revenue. Federal funding, we continue to have a reduction in federal funding, $81,000 this year. As our debentures for our housing units and our nonprofits housing fall off, then so does some of the federal funding. For some reason, it never matches year to year between the mortgages that fall off and the funding that falls off. It's always a surprise. That is also included in there. We also have a transfer for some of our administration budget to fund some computers that are being replaced in our budget. So when we're looking at our operating expenditures, we have some expenditures for 14th Street. So this is our supportive housing. We had rent supplements, or we have rent supplements that come out of a federally funded or a provincially funded program. We received a letter from the province about a month ago, 2 months ago, maybe, stating that the funds are going to be changed as to how we can use them. Right now, we can use them for rent supplements. The province is looking at those funds being directed to new builds. There's been no guidelines and really no explanation as to whether or not we have to do this or whether they would prefer this. The wording in the letter was very vague. This comes from a bit of a disagreement between the federal government and the provincial government through the National Housing Strategy. The province is supposed to have had a certain number of new units built, and there is a dispute as to what that number is. So the province is trying to focus this funding into, we believe, more units being available. We received $900,000. It's not that we can go out and do a whole bunch of builds with that. So we tend to direct it towards rent supplements, which solidifies somebody staying in their unit. So we have built into the budget right now in case we need to do that. We are using some funds through our sustainable housing benefit to cover that cost of $40,000, but it is an increase of $41,000 to the budget in order to cover that. We may or may not need that. The guidelines will not be available until next year at some time. Fiscal year for them is March 31st, fiscal year end. Salaries and benefits, we have costs of increase to the levy. We have staff moving on the grid. We have an electrician that we are sharing with Grey Roots right now, who will be coming 100% to housing. Worked out very well for us. We have been able to save quite a bit of funding in our electrician costs by having one in-house. So certainly has been to our benefit. And that is an increase of 197,000 with for all of our staff. And then we have varying building operating costs that are increasing in utilities. We've seen water increases and also natural gas with the carbon tax. We're noting a increase for that of $84,000. $74,000. Our insurance premiums have increased significantly for two reasons. One, just regular old increase. And the next is that we're really increasing our valuation so that we can ensure that if something happens, that we have the right amount to replace a building. So we're slowly increasing them too. That came to an $84,000 increase. And we have also increased our deductible in order to reduce those costs too, because the cost came in quite significantly. We're up to $100,000 right now for deductible. Yeah. We did have a fire recently in June and $50,000 deductible at the time. But it's something that we don't carry in our budget and we don't have a specific reserve for it either. So we're suggesting that the savings that we'll have by the deductible going down be put into an insurance reserve. So this year, of course, obviously that $50,000 will put us in a deficit for this year for operating. We are increasing our security budget at some of our units. And we also have a savings from our debentures. So we did have a number of debentures that fell off. But then, of course, we also had our $81,000 that was taken back from the federal government too. We have an increase to our COCHI and OFI admin fees. So our provincial programs, the money did go up slightly. And so we do get 5% towards staffing for that. And other than that, I think that's probably all of the major points for the operating costs for housing. Capital, we have an increase of 168,500, and this increase is to ensure that our reserves may remain in a positive position for our 10-year plan. And it also takes into updated pricing. We know that pricing has changed over the last few years. And so this also takes into consideration that we have our nonprofit budget. The nonprofit is, we have 9 nonprofits that we support. And each year, the province provides indices for us, determining how much of an increase the 9 nonprofits receive. And that we figure is around $36,700 for a total increase of $576,000, and that is 6.6% increase over last year. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Anne Marie, did I hear you correctly? The carbon tax, what's that increasing our levy amount by? And I guess, you know, when this is going towards affordable housing and geared income housing, perhaps that should be an area that is exempted from a carbon tax. But anyways, do you have the amount that the carbon tax is attributing to the increase? Sorry.
Oops, sorry. So for gas, it's about 26,500, we figure. It will be over last year. Yeah, I mean, that's the increase because of carbon tax and probably because of gas prices going up too. But our gas prices are usually pretty stable because we sign up for like a 3 or a 5 year. So that would be probably most of that is carbon tax. Oh. Yes, 15.25 cents per cubic meter is what we pay, but then there's carbon tax on top of that. That's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Anne Marie. Can you just speak to the capital build projects and the potential capital build projects, please?
So sorry, Brian, capital build meaning our Rose Lane. Yeah, so Rose Lane, we have gone out to tender for a architect. We just received drawings last week actually, and a cost estimate, a Class C cost estimate. We can now use that Class C cost estimate to apply for funding. We're putting in an application to the CMHC, just came out with a new funding for affordable housing apartment program. So we are applying for that. And we're also applying for some funding, green funding through FCM. And once we find out if we're successful, then that will determine if the build proceeds for next year. And we probably won't know until the spring. Applications are due at the end of this year. So that's where we're at. The Class C estimate did come in about $1.1 million less than what we thought. So that was actually a great thing. The building itself is due to be demolished, I think it's this week, so that we are actually ready and shovel ready for when those funds start. Any of the provincial or funds through the National Housing Strategy, you have to be able to be shovel ready and start within 4 4 months. So that's what we're aiming to be, so that when funding is available, that we're ready to go.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. One, the operating expenditures increase. It's listed here that a lot of that's being offset by decrease in mortgages. Realizing that there's a significant amount of money there that's being offset, was there consideration for putting some of that debenture payments into reserves for future capital? And then also just kind of questioning, I know last term of county council, there was a conversation around the 1% levy for capital projects. Just wondering where we are with that concept as well. So those two, ability to put more revenue, like some of these savings that we're finding, into future projects.
So that is included in our budget. Of course, when the asset management plan was done, there was a certain percentage that is increased. So you'll see that we do have a number in the budget that goes towards future projects for capital. So that is included in there. That's included in our budget. And the monies that we received, so the $300,000 that we received from the debenture, I'm just happy we did get it when we did, because we certainly needed it this year with the increases to energy costs and all of that. I don't know how we would put that money away other than increasing the levy again.
Couple quick questions, and I hope I remember all of them because I just moved about 150 pages in my spread in my document here. With my elbow. One of the items was about $12,700 for increased security. Could you just speak to what's driving that need and what's the desired outcome? Or is it just a deterrent that you're looking to increase?
With some of our tenants, we do have some social issues in our buildings, and we do provide security after hours. We have a security company that we have a contract with, and we use certain hours per week, and we can move them around from building to building if we're having some concerns. And we're just finding that we're having more concerns. So that's why we're increasing some of the hours. A lot of it does have to do with people experiencing mental health and addictions. And along with that comes some behaviors that we try to have security on site so that there can be never one, a call to the police if required, or a call to staff.
Second item was, is there a location in the spreadsheets I would look? The province reduced the funding for some of the early on education roles, and into the spreadsheets, is there a certain area where you would guide me to look for reductions in some of the line items that might be derived from that as well? I guess I'll stop there before my next question.
So, sorry, we're looking at the reduction of the 441,000. Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, I think there was 3 roles that were reduced you had spoke of. So is there a reduction in, every role has professional development, travel, mileage, like these ancillary expenses all add up. So I'm just wondering, like, is there a certain spreadsheet where one would be guided to see reductions that are outside of just the normal salary and wages?
So along with that, like you're thinking like a reduction in a computer or your reduction in that kind of idea. I'm not sure, Sandra, if we actually have those listed in there, but there would be reductions. One of the things that has increased a little bit, I think, would be our oh my gosh, what's the word? Mileage, because we kept it the same because the people still have places still have to get to. So it'd just be one person doing a little bit more of that driving then, right? So that wouldn't be a reduction because we still have to provide that level of service. But we would probably see minor adjustments in those 3 computers that we would no longer be needing, that kind of idea. I don't think it's going to be a significant amount of money.
Okay, I appreciate that because those line items always increase when employees get added. And sometimes they can just get overlooked when employees are no longer with the corporation and they remain status quo or increase just because that's the way it goes. Which leads me into my next question. $20,000 to the drug and alcohol strategy. One would look around the streets in the last several years and be like, I wish it was more favorable what we're seeing out there. Is this just, can you speak to what those funds go to? Or like, is it just something we've been doing for the sake of doing it because that's what we do every year? So here's $20,000. Or do we reevaluate successes in the program?
So we provide those funds to CMHA, and CMHA and Public Health have just recently put together a plan for the next 5 years. Obviously, it's a plan that needed to change because things have been changing in our environment when it comes to opioid drug use. And through that, there are a number of working tables and action tables. And so this allows us to do some projects at the local level that hopefully will have some sort of impact on people that are experiencing use or families that are dealing with people that are experiencing use. We're working with police also are at the table. There is a crime prevention aspect of it also through the community safety and well-being that's linked to this table. So that $20,000 along with Bruce County's $20,000 gets us a part-time coordinator that coordinates working groups, sits on the provincial tables for opioid use and other committees. And it keeps us, I guess, informed. It keeps us informed about best practices that are happening in other communities and how we might be able to implement them here. So that's what we get for that 20,000.
Okay, and my last question, just to inform me again, sorry, and I missed this one, but it's easy to miss when we do the preamble and you're focused on the lead-in discussions. But I do have one question, and you've spoken to it, but if you could just reinforce it into me. So page 69 is under Ontario Works. And it's called Stability Supports. You've already spoke to the stability supports. 2 years ago, we budgeted 125,477. We're now budgeting 230,000. Last year's actual spend was 217,600. Sorry, this year's projected actual might be that. And then status quo. Could you just speak again to where those funds come from that support that? Because I think you had spoke to $900,000, and it's used. You could use it for mortgage support or whatever, but we are directing it to stability support. So I guess this is part of that, but it's not that same dollar amount you spoke of earlier.
So the stability support, so that fund that you're looking at is used by our caseworkers. So our caseworker would be working with a person who is going to require some supports. Again, we're talking pre-consultate or pre-employment. So they may be looking at they've lost their ID, or they need time on their phone, or they need a pair of work boots or something for a job interview, though those are actually now into employment. But those are the sort of supports that we provide. Out of that would also come some of our one-on-one information that we're working with a client. How can we support you? What do you need? Here's some funding that might be able to help you get that. Because it could be, this big. Families, sometimes we help families with supports, whether maybe they need a seat for their child, those sorts of things. We're just finding that with our new role in that pre-employment, that's where we need to direct that funding. So it's up to us. It's provincial dollars that we do get. Sandra, I believe it's 50-50 for those funds. So we provide 50, they provide 50. And that's where we like to focus in, because that's how we can make a difference for the people that are in front of us.
Next, we'll move into long-term care. So the budgets for the 3 homes were reviewed by Committee of Management on November 12th and recommended for council for inclusion in the corporate budget. Excluding the Rockwood redevelopment project, the long-term care portfolio has an operating and capital decrease of $730,900. Marcus is going to take us through those budgets, and then when he's finished, I'll speak to redevelopment.
Hello, committee. Again, my name's, I don't speak here very often, so my name's Marcus Hocko, Manager of Finance Long-Term Care. I'm also here with Karen Kraus, the ED for Rockwood Terrace. If you have any questions operationally, she's the one to ask for that. Again, this budget was presented to the Long-Term Care Committee of Management on November 12th, which 3 committee members here, prefacing that the only difference that you currently see with this one is that while the committee had everything for operational and capital for our 3 current homes, it excluded Rockwood redevelopment. Now, as presented in the attachments and in this actual document, it is included. So where we were previously showing a $730,900, it is still there as an operating and capital. We didn't change it since then. It was just the redevelopment increase of $600,000 been increased into it. The 2025 proposed budget includes a capital expense, including redevelopment, of $99,847,700. It includes a net levy requirement of $10,826,400, which comparison to 2024 of $10,957,300 is still a decrease of $130,900. This is our first corporate budget, again, presentations with a forecasted budget for 2026. However, many assumptions with us have been placed into it, and there's a lot of unclear answers and unclear data for us to make sure that we are perfectly accurate. Some assumptions we have done have included cost for utilities, wage rates, which again, currently unknown with collective bargainings, benefits, etc. This budget as a whole with this is very much a provincial revenue changed budget. So we, as of for last year, if all members recall, we budgeted based on ranges that the province gave us and said that it'll be between X ranges when it came to the CMI, as well as with direct level of care. Pretty large funding ones for us. We found, and what happened was we were later told midway through the year that instead of giving us where we as estimated at the bottom level of the range, we were given above the maximum of the range. So instead of us being in the $1,322 per bed per month across our 316 bed facility as a whole, we got $1,822, which caused a massive swing and obviously additional funding that offsets and goes against what previously last year we had to request for levy to cover the cost of living increases related to our staff. This budget now takes that funding into account takes it, places it effectively in there. And that's why we can still show that we are reducing it as we asked for more. Obviously, last year, we're thinking that we were coming at a lower revenue point. Now that we know what our revenue, at least for the some part is, that's where we sit. This is the consistent struggle that we have again with our budget and our funding is that we know most of the variables that go into it, whether that be our levels of acuity, our residents, all of that stuff, but we don't know the biggest variable that is still remains as unknown to us again is how many beds are online or how many beds are coming online across the province. All their funding, again, they divide out equitably and equally based on those numbers. And with us not knowing that, and what happened again this year was obviously not as many beds were online as they had hoped. So therefore we got a larger slice of the pie. Everything else in here for expenses remains pretty consistent to our ongoing operations, but I'm happy to answer any questions of the committee.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank Marcus for all the work that he's done in regards to long-term care. And he did take through, the three of us sitting on this side had a meeting 2 or 3 weeks ago, and Marcus and other members of the senior team took us through a lot more information than what's being presented today. And we were certainly happy with the work that had been done. So it was supported by the Committee of Management. Thank you, Marcus.
Anything else? Huh. You got pretty darn lucky, Marcus. No. That's the amount that's subscribed, paid out and being subscribed into this. There's not a whole lot that we can cut one way or the other. Unless it's a wing off of Rockwood Terrace. Which you're gonna tell us right now, Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you're seeing the budget for Rockwood Terrace redevelopment in advance of the redevelopment task force on Thursday. It was interesting. It says it is anticipated the tender will be awarded. It should say that it was awarded early 2024 with anticipated occupancy in early 2027. So if you remember, we passed a borrowing bylaw at council for 96.7 million to apply for a loan through Infrastructure Ontario. So that the amount that Grey County is going to borrow will be dependent upon the cost of the project as well as the redevelopment funding from the province. So we've used cash flow estimates from Colliers and the consultants and the contractors to determine amounts that are going to be required for 2025 and 2026 budgets. And then we're going to compare those against the monthly updates to see how close they are and determine when we need construction loan funding from Infrastructure Ontario. Currently, I anticipate that'll be probably early quarter two of 2025. We had close to $7 million in reserve for the project, and that will be depleted, I estimate, by the end of December. And we'll use a small amount of the upfront grant that we could get by taking a portion of the construction funding subsidy early. We received that money in August. It's $10,368,000. I anticipate we'll use just over $1 million of it, and then the $9 million will get used next year before we have to start the construction loan. And so Just as a reminder, when we take the construction loan, we're only paying interest. And then when we convert that to a debenture, that's when we'll start paying principal payments. Look here. It's interesting where Infrastructure Ontario rates sit. Currently, a construction loan interest is 4.44%. And the rate for a 25-year debenture is 4.61%. So while the predictions are that there's going to be another potential 50 basis points decrease in rates next month, that'll be good for us borrowing because the amount we're borrowing is greater than the amount we're investing. So anything we can do that way certainly helps with what our future costs are. And again, we've recommended that it be a 25-year borrow because that aligns with the term of the funding from the province. So in order to have sufficient funding, we've looked at the estimates and we've said a levy increase of $600,000 is required in 2025 for this project. And as Marcus mentioned, with the overall reduction in the operating and capital budgets for the existing 3 homes, by the time we take that 600,000, then we still have a net decrease in long-term care of over 100,000 in 2025. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question, just to make sure I understood the timeline. You were suggesting that we're not going to be looking to take out the construction loan, so no debenture until 2026, but the funding we have will get us through to then. So theoretically, knock on as much wood as we have around us, the interest rates are looking favorable over the longer term than the shorter term. So we could be looking at better than that 4.61%.
Until the project is finished, we're going to have a construction loan. And that's where I'm saying that it's currently at a 4.44%. So you pay interest only. And then when we tell Infrastructure Ontario that we're ready to convert that to a debenture, there'll be documents come back, there'll be another bylaw, and then we're paying principal and interest. So this is a mechanism to fund until you're ready. And then the provincial funding will also kick in above, which is the amount that we get for the 25 years. So it's all best estimates as to when we're going to have to flow money out to the contractors. But the goal is, I'd say at this point, it looks reasonable based on the information they've gave that we would be probably early Q2 before we'd have to tell Infrastructure Ontario we need to tap into the construction loan. We could decide, depending on interest rates as we move through the project, whether it's feasible, whether we split the debenture into 2 as we did with Lee Manor. You know, that was, hey, to say it, but back in 2004 to 2006, that was just shy of $11 million. And we borrowed, we took a debenture for $6 million and then the remaining $4,890,000. 2 years later, we did the first one in 2004 and the second one in 2006.
Anything else on that one? Keep moving forward with it. Very good. All right. I'm going to take just a 2-minute break here.
Sure, let's keep the party going. Kevin, you want to come up and do paramedic services? What's that? Well. We're here now. Let's go.
Good afternoon, Warden and Council. Thanks for today. Just wanted to first off by saying thanks to Garrett, Mary Lou and the finance team and Kim CAO for all the work on preparing our budget today. So for paramedic services, the budget includes a net departmental requirement of operating capital of $9,934,600 compared to $9,030,000 in 2024, which is an increase of $904,600. 2025 operating budget reflects a $903,300 increase as compared to 2024. The Ministry of Health provides current year funding based upon 50% of the previous year's operational budget adjusted for a public sector accounting board. There is no inflationary increase mid-year that ended in 2019. The 2025 budgeted grant amount of $10,512,000 has been calculated, assuming that the ministry will continue with their 50-50 funding. This grant excludes the money for community paramedicine from the Ministry of Long-Term Care as well from Ontario Health West. It doesn't include funding for supportive outreach services, and it doesn't include funding from the dedicated offload nursing program. Excluding community paramedicine programs and wages paid to transportation staff for performing work on our vehicles, and also the service review enhancement, salaries and benefits have increased $660,500 as compared to the 2024 budget. These salaries and benefits make up about 80% of our budget, 80.7%. And this increase is primarily due to cost of living adjustments, collective agreement increases, which we're still in bargaining right now, increased benefit rates, and increase the number of lost time hours required for backfill. There's a number of staff that are moving on the grid for vacation allotment this year. And we're also trying to accurately, again, this is all a prediction. It's hard to tell the future, but around ensuring our modified work hours meet our requirements that we're not underspent. The uniform budget, it's showing an increase this year of $55,600. We buy coats every 5 years. So there will be a reserve for requirement that for this year to fund those coats. In computer support maintenance, this budget has been reduced significantly. There's going to be savings for the software. It'll also be significant savings for hardware. We won't be buying rugged computers anymore that require docks. And we also won't be buying Wi-Fi modems. We're moving to an iPad format, which will have air cards in them. And we started with some of these reductions last year in our capital planning. So we're moving to that for this year. Over the last years, we've seen a significant increase in medical supplies. Mary Lee was using an example of glucagon. I think when I was in operations, we bought it for $70 and then it went to $150 and now it's somewhere around $350 a dose. And we require 2 doses for every truck. So $700 a truck just to keep 2 preloads of glucagon. And we've seen increases across the board for medical supplies. We have done a tender recently because now we're at COVID. We hope to see some savings and we have seen some reductions in some medical supplies that we were paying through COVID. So hopefully there will be a balance off of some savings in that this year. The 2025 budget for patient care equipment was increased by $52,300. 30,000 of this relates to the 2 new ambulances being added to the fleet with the enhancement. So around the enhancement, in 2021, we had approval to do a comprehensive service review. That was completed in 2022 by ORH. And was presented to the previous council and this council in 2023. It looks at call volumes over the next 10 years. And the prediction at that point was 5.8% increase in call volume over that 10-year span, or roughly about a 5.8, and that works out to about a 68% increase over 10 years. And you look back at the last 3 years from 2022, 2023, and then this year. In 2022, we had a 11.8% increase in calls. In the last 2 years, we've actually seen a reduction, 1.1 last year, and roughly this year about 2.6. But when you average that all out, you're still sitting over 5%. So what that looks like going further, will we have, more years like it is? Hopefully it is, where we have seen these lower increases, but that's something that we'll be keeping an eye on. But as it stands since the review, we're still not far off the 5.8. We're roughly about 5.1, 5.2. So the original plan for council, we ended up reducing it last year. It was for 8 12-hour shifts over the next 10 years. We cut that to 6, and also 2 days out of 7 in Craigleith, where we primarily work on weekends. We'd also removed the Durham base and a supervisor and a number of 3 or so ambulances last year. Roughly about 20% of the plan we reduced. When the plan was put together, they didn't really put much information in about how we're going to store all these vehicles inside. And so when you look at parking places required, and also trying to get the most value for our money, for our services, and balance out response times across the county between an urban and a rural environment, we came up with a plan that was kind of a modified, when ORH presented us the plan, it was do nothing, maintain, or improve. We picked maintain here at the table, but also part of the improvement is that even though we didn't add the most expensive part, resources, we kept some of those bases to move those resources to. So that included like the Hanover upstaff going to Eaton, the Meaford upstaff going to Thornbury. One of the Owen Sound upstaffs will eventually go to Cobble Beach. And what that did is accomplish 2 things. One, it gave us a place to park. We don't have to build on garage space to some places that might almost be near impossible, but it also is able to spread out the response times and plan for the future for our more rural areas of the county. So based upon the current information and assumptions, we estimate that going forward, it'll be $410,000 annually for the enhancement for the next 10 years. In 2024, we predicted it would be $372,500. But this has changed due to some change in assumptions. Again, we'll continue to evaluate the plan as years go by. ORH had recommended in 2022 that we add 3 12-hour cars, or 252 hours of staffing each to get us at that point to the 15-minute mark. We're already partway through the budget. So we ended up adding 2 cars this year and then 1 car next year. And so that gets us to the initial suggestions of ORH from the 2022 enhancement. In 2026, there is no car added. So it will be good to see through 2025 and 2026, if this goes forward, what these 3 cars have done to improve and to maintain our response times. So for next year, one of those cars is a Feversham car. It's a 12-hour shift that will be for paramedics. They'll initially book on in Markdale, and then they'll move to Feversham when the base is built. That also includes backfill hours. That's one thing when you're budgeting. It's one thing to budget for full-time staff, but then to budget the backfill to maintain those cars, it's a significant amount of backfill to maintain 100% funding. Also, as part of the enhancement next year, we are moving to adding a scheduler, which will give us hopefully scheduling 7 days a week. And then also the duty supervisor continue on with the one that's in place right now, and also the operating costs of Feversham. The capital costs, the plan includes construction of the Durham base. And I'm happy to say the permit's been issued, and hopefully they're scraping the ground today. Hopefully get some footings in the ground this week. And the debenture costs for Feversham will begin in 2026. In 2025, these costs total $1,236,600, with $410,000 being taken from the levy and increased grant. from the 2024 enhancements and borrowing from the reserve to smooth the costs over the 11-year period. And we already spoke about that today. Instead of big fluctuations up and down, it's more or less on an equal payment plan over the next 10 years of that 410,000. For community paramedicine programs, our community paramedicine programs have been funded from Ontario Health West, Ministry of Long-Term Care, and also the county has contributed to our SOS program since it started in 2022. We've worked with Ontario Health West. They've allowed us to fund programs differently. We can fund 100% of the SOS program from Ontario Health Funds, and then take all our community paramedicine funding out of Ministry of Long-Term Care. We use any additional dollars left over from the Ontario Health West funding to fund those community paramedicine. Prior to this, we were using cannabis legalization and Safe Restart funding to fund the SOS program. The 2025 budget includes $1,270,000 of funding from the Ministry of Long-Term Care and $90,200 of funding from Ontario Health West, totaling $1,360,200. So that's when you bring in what we used to fund SOS, like what's left over from it, and then also the Ministry of Long-Term Care to go towards the expenditures of the program, which is $1,532,600. That leaves $172,400 that's funded by the county to maintain our CP programs. The community paramedic program has 3 units on 7 days a week. They also pays for a supervisor and administrative support for the program. Currently, we have 620 patients or clients in the program. 550 of those are what we call in our home visit program, where we work with elders with chronic disease as well as palliative care. And then we also have about 70 patients or clients that we work in our community buildings at our clinics. Supportive outreach program started again in 2022. This is a team of a nurse practitioner, community paramedic, 2 mental health counselors, and a social navigator. They work together in the community to support people with mental health and addictions who are homeless or precariously housed. The cost of that program is $674,700. Again, we're using all of the Ontario Health West funding to cover that program now. For peer support program, and really what this is efforts to mitigate operational stress and PTSD in paramedics. The Supporting Ontario First Responder Act came into play in 2016, and Grey County paramedics are a part of this legislation. Part of that legislation, on top of the benefits paid to them for if they suffer from PTSD, is that we are to have prevention programs in place. So the 2025 budget builds on the program that we started in 2018 to prevent and reduce operational stress injuries. It provides training to peer support team members as help and supports our online referral program and resource program. It also funds a family day event, staff software for clinical oversight, and also pays for a consulting psychologist to oversee the team and oversee the care. This budget is $107,900, and it's going up roughly about $4,900. Primarily, we want to increase some of the training for the peer support team members. The public access defibrillation program, right now there's 196 locations. I believe it was about 3 years ago now, we started paying for the supplies to ensure that those defibrillators are ready to go when they are needed. We have a ability to track when the batteries and pads expire. And so the cost of that program is $25,500, and it's going up about $2,900 based upon just increases in prices. The offload nursing program, it's something new for us in the last 2 years. It's 100% funded by the Ministry of Health, so we more or less fund Right Shores for that program. We were only receiving a fraction of the money that we require to run that appropriately, but we continue to work with the ministry to try to get more funding. We don't really want ambulances tied up at the hospital wherever we can prevent that, but Bright Shores, that they have been a great partner. They are doing a number of different things to help us prevent that. But increased funding from the ministry would really help, especially when hospitals just down the road are probably getting 5 or 6 times that. As far as transfers to reserves, the 2025 operating budget includes annual transfers to reserve of $1,272,900. $538,000 is required for service enhancements. $717,000 is to fund existing. Again, primarily this will be vehicles and defibrillators. $14,000 for the jackets. We more or less plan for every 5 years. We put money away, $14,000 a year. And also we plan for helmets and bags. The operations budget has a levy requirement of $1,008,800, which is an increase of $52,700. The bulk of this is due to increased maintenance and repair on our vehicles. Sorry, not increased maintenance, increased repair and time to do those repairs. We have a really great mechanic crew look after our vehicles, and yeah, I'm not sure where we'd be if we didn't have them working on our vehicles the way they do. A lot of our trucks right now are over 300,000 kilometers, and this is primarily due to just the unable to get the vehicles in a timely manner. Like we have 11 vehicles on order right now, and hopefully they're here within the next 12 to 15 months. We do anticipate when we get these new vehicles in place, that this won't be forever. This increased maintenance will, or increased repair, I mean. So that's why we've offset 50,000 of this. We hope to see a reduction in those amount of repairs as our fleet gets newer. It also includes $8,400 for insurance, $2,000 for tires. And there's one unit that we're looking to improve the configuration. It starts on a plan that we did a couple this year and one next year, just for a better way of holding our bags in our first response vehicle. Capital budget has a levy impact totaling $198,600, an increase of $1,300 from 2024. The 2025 budget includes the completion of the construction of the Durham base, and that's scheduled to be completed in June of 2025. It also includes the land acquisition and the design and the construction of the new Feversham base. We hope to be able to get going on that in the new year if it's approved. The Durham base debenture begins in 2025, and a portion of the repayment will be offset by development charges. The Feversham debenture is set to begin in 2026. Vehicle and equipment purchases are funded through the equipment reserve. Capital purchases for 2025 for the existing fleet are as follows. 8 ambulances. We have a fleet right now of 17 ambulances on a 6-year replacement plan, but we do have some that are over that and typically exceeding 300,000. And we do have units that are over 400,000 right now. Again, hopefully this is corrected fairly quickly. 3 power load stretchers. And this next year when we're buying iPads and iPad mounts, this is us giving us the ability to switch to the new platform. This will be significant savings in keyboards and docks that break. And it'll also, the hardware is a lot cheaper than the stuff we bought in the past. So we look forward to that change. The capital purchases to support the service delivery enhancement. So these will be 2 additional vehicles, one power stretcher, the iPads, cardiac monitors, automatic vehicle locators, 2 stair chairs, and 2 mechanical CPR devices. So again, this is 2 more vehicles added to our fleet. Our transfers from reserve are offset from the sale of our older supply, and so part of this will be selling the 8 ambulances and also 3 power load stretchers once we get them. The 2025 capital includes annual transfer reserve of $157,900, $33,500 to building repairs and maintenance reserve, and $124,400 to fund replacement existing capital based upon the assets life schedule. For 2025, we have a couple of building improvements. $90,000 is for the Owen Sound roof. With their consultant that looked at the roof, it was scheduled for full replacement in 2033, but they are saying if we do this work, even though it's $90,000, it'll give us 35 years on it to be able to extend that life at another 27 years. So And also it's time to replace the floor at the Owen Sound base, the VCT file or VCT tile is wearing, and it is time on the VCA to be able to do that, so. It's paramedic service budget.
Mr. Millen, Brian?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Kevin, for that. Durham Hospital. Are there implications of the closing of that in this budget?
There's nothing in this budget that we changed due to that, but we know that there is an increased demand in our services. We looked at the first 2 months, and we will look at the next 6 months. A lot of work to get that looked at, but I believe just off the top of my head, but roughly another 30 hours a month demand in our service for the calls. There, as far as the transfers go, there's not a lot of those out. But there's, that time there, but there's enough that it impacts us. But the thing is the time to take them out of that area to the other hospitals.
So if I could, just to follow up, I guess it was almost a rhetorical question, but if we know there's going to be implications, I'm wondering if you should build in something into this budget, even if we don't use it. I'm skeptical that we won't use it or that we will use it, but I just think we need to be putting something in there because there's clearly going to be impacts.
Yeah, we can look at that. Like right now, we increased the cars in Hanover, so that does help. Like, so there is an extra 12-hour car that's there. But again, part of those enhancements, those enhancements weren't meant to do this work. So yeah, it's something we can look at.
Anything else? Go ahead, Scott.
Well, there's pretty tough to go through this one. Quick question, just when you're outfitting new ambulances, do you have any useful life such as lights, sirens and so forth on the disposal units that you transfer over onto the new units rather than purchasing new all around? And second question would be on the SOS program. In the last now 18 months, we've seen the 14th Street transitional housing, the Bayview Health and Wellness come online, the purchase of the 9th Avenue Motel. Are we seeing, ultimately, we would like to get to a solution here and have and meet the need and not have 100 individuals. So have the actions that we've undertaken with these examples I just put out there, have they contributed to reducing the individuals that are requiring to be serviced, that we can demonstrate to the public by saying these actions are having, tangible impacts, and that number used to be this, and now we're addressing this need?
I'll speak to the vehicles first. The vehicles, when we have new vehicles arrive as part of the enhancement, that's why we had to build in now extra money to move that equipment across. But as far as like the replacement vehicles, when those vehicles come, we move majority of the equipment over where we can. As far as the lights go and those type of things, the ministry is pretty strict around certification. Like when it shows up here, it comes with a certificate saying it's certified by the Ministry of Health. So all that has to be done and approved ahead of time. I'm not sure how we would be able to do that, move that stuff over, but if there's anything to move over, like flashlights, we supply those. So we move those flashlights over. If it's an AVL system, like the way we use to track the vehicles, we move that over. So we don't buy new for those. We move those. As far as the SOS program goes, there's a lot of people really working really hard on this. And that team's out there day in and day out, you know, trying to correct or work on issues that are in the community. And to tell you the truth, I think they're doing their best just to be able to hold on to what they're doing today. Are they doing great work? Yeah, they're saving lives, they're connecting people to resources, they're moving them into treatment and recovery. But it continues the illicit drug supply and fentanyl is nothing like we've ever seen before. And I'm not sure, you know, like this team works 4 days a week. Like we need probably 3 teams working 7 days a week to even get like the people that are dying, you know, we know of them, but trying to connect to them. Like there's a difference between like seeing people and actually being able to reach them and build that relationship and build that trust. We need to build treatment facilities, but we need to be able to do that to get people care that need the care. But one thing that's been overlooked is the people that are probably the most vulnerable, most at risk of dying aren't walking to those places. They're not going to go even if the streets are paved in gold. You have to actually go out, extend a hand, build bridges, build trust, and bring them in. And we as it stands today, we do our best, but we definitely don't have the appropriate resources to do what needs to get done.
Okay, so the need continues to exist or grow yet. So at a higher level, we have not fully fixed the problem, whether it's doctors prescribing too many opioids or whatever's kickstarting the habit, but last question, there's about $132,000 in the budget for rent. Can you just inform me where we pay rent for facilities then for paramedic services?
Okay, so we rent in Meaford, Grey Highlands, Southgate, currently in Durham, but that will be moving, and we rent in Hanover. And we also we pay for the utilities in those locations.
Just you mentioned what's the drugs? So I'm very familiar with glucagon and whatnot. Is there alternatives that we can use, or is everything prescribed what we've got to carry on there? We've got to carry. We can't use any, you know, new drugs or anything of that nature. This is what you have to have.
Yeah, I would say probably 95% to 99% of the drugs that we have are required under the medical supplies and equipment standard. So it tells you what we need to have and how much. It even tells us like how many needles and how many syringes and what gauge and how long they're to be. Like everything is very, very structured.
I just don't know what to say to it. You know, how do you get the best deal for it when somebody's prescribing? You've got to take this, this, and this, and oh yeah, you don't get a chance to shop. This is what you will have. I guess that's with the glucagon, because yeah, for years I did carry a needle of glucagon because of my diabetes. I don't anymore. There's a nasal spray that is prescribed by doctors now. Supposed to work better and whatnot. It's a heck of a lot cheaper, but obviously you've got an ambulance. You're dictated by the Ministry of Health to buy from their supplier.
Nasal spray is an option, but it's only an option till 5 years old. So what that would end up being is we'd still have to stock the other, and then we'd have to stock 2 glucagon for the underage. So we might as well stock both. That's what we ended up against. We like that is one, and it's a great option if it ever gets approved for pediatrics. It'd be great because we could move to it. It's cheaper, but we don't have the ability right now. And we don't sit back. Like I've taken this to our association, you know, these increased prices that, you know, we need to find a way. And I just in the last month back to them again saying, please, can we at least work on this somehow to try to do something? I don't know if there is, but at least we're trying.
Yeah, I mean, that's the frustration level with it for sure. That when there are things come out, but being prescribed by the ministries, as I said, yeah, it's who you know and whatnot to get that changed. Oh, I better not say anymore. Anything else, Scott? Mr.
Yeah, I was trying to take the mic away from you, Mr. Chair. Thanks very much, Kevin, for the report. Just around staffing, can you just give the committee an overview of how staffing is and the budget impacts of short-staffed and having to use overtime? Is that significant for your service?
Like I can say, like staffing is significantly better than it was through COVID. We're staffing, we're 99% of the shifts now. But the thing is that to do that, you still require overtime. So like it's a mix between overtime and straight time. Most of it's the like we're not, there's very, very few if at all, like overtime in the future, like coming up, like say maybe a weekend shift here or there that we're short, but mostly it's covered all with straight time. What we end up with overtime on is a short notice. If you have 3 or 4 or 5 people book off sick in a day, is that you rely upon your part-time pool and then your full-time for overtime to be able to maintain that at 100%. That's where it becomes tough. I think each year, like next year will be better than this year. Like we will get to a place where we will have part-time, readily available waiting for shifts on a weekend, but we're not there yet. Through the summer, we overstaffed to prevent down staffing. It was part of the response to our service review and stuff that we did through COVID. And that worked well, but we're also through this, there is a cost to that too if they're unused. So it's just those things that are difficult. So trying to find that balance between staffing, maintaining it, reducing overtime and reduce overstaffing.
Anything else? Just in that capital, there's 2 automatic vehicle locators. How often do we lose a vehicle that we've got to automatically locate? Of course, I'm being slightly facetious.
So those are what we call Ace Tech modems. What they do is they're like GPS units that our dispatch center uses to find those units, and we are also able to track speeds, track use of lights and siren, and routes that they took. So it feeds our dispatch center for call assignment is the number 1, and then we also use it for review for quality assurance. But that's one of the items that we will move between vehicles. But this is because these are 2 additional because of the enhancement. We have to buy new ones.
What's the technology that's on vehicles right now? Is it, I guess, are we at that requirement point? I've got a vehicle now and I get an email on a once a month basis. Somebody somewhere in Chevy world can tell me what the air pressure is in my tires, gives me a whole diagnostic on a monthly basis. So obviously they're tracking it. I just, is the technology that type of an enhancement necessary?
That's something that we haven't had installed from the vendor on a vehicle. Like the vehicles we use are what we call cutaway vans that come pretty basic of what they even have in them. Also with that is the software to be able to visualize too, right? We have to pay for that servicing and stuff like that. But it's not saying it can't be done. It's just when you want the best you can when you're trying to find these vehicles that need to be reliable, it needs to work. The thing with this program, it works, it doesn't break. It's knowing where a truck is can be very beneficial for first assignment.
All right, anything else with paramedicine? Thank you, Kevin. What's the attack next? Carolyn? Oh, transportation. You gotta be kidding me. Like that.
Correct, Mr. Chair. We're moving into the transportation services portion of this budget. So the 2025 Transportation Services Departmental budgets included net departmental requirement, operating and capital of just shy of 25 million compared to just shy of 24 million in 2024, which is an increase of $1,053,400. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the day, the 25 budget and the 2026 projection does not reflect any increase in the levy or adjustments to the county road network from the Urban and Road Exchange Task Force. And now I'll turn it over to Pat and his team. They can take us through their budget.
Thank you. I just wanted to introduce Garrett first. He kind of came into our budget here at the last minute because of staffing issues. And he's done an excellent job on trying to kind of bring us over the finish line. And there's a lot of weird changes budget. I won't steal his thunder here. I'll just get him to talk a little bit about the salaries and benefits and why you might notice a recurring theme.
Thank you. So you'll notice if you're looking at budget to budget page within transportation, that some have significant spikes and some have significant drops within the salaries and benefit line. So previous to this year, transportation's project management software was able to track everyone, or it still is able to track each employee's time. And then that time fed into our payroll system and coded them depending on where that project went. But any non-project specific time that we were paying employees, so vacation, sick, training, it would go back into the supervision and overhead department. So that's where all the non-project time was sitting. Now, as we go into Dayforce, that process has changed slightly, and the whole of the employee's time goes to whatever department that employee goes to. So you'll see a significant drop in the supervision and overhead salaries and benefits, and then significant increases within certain department's budget. But the net increase to transportation salary and benefit line across all departments is 310,900, which equates to about 3.8% over the 2024 budget. And this is driven, similar to everyone else, by cost of living increases, collective agreement increases, grid movements for staff, benefit rate increases, basically the status quo. So you'll see the massive increases in some departments, but overall it's a steady increase. It's just moving where some things were being coded before. And I'll pass it off to Pat again.
Thanks, Garrett. I just want to talk very briefly about the supervision overhead budget. So that's kind of the second page of our write-up here. And then I'll pass it off to Sean to talk about the rest of the operations budget. But it, as Garrett indicated, is a decrease basically because of a moving of the way things are coded. But there's two things worth mentioning in there. An increase in professional fees for software to better track asset management and a road replacement schedule. So we have our asset optimizer software that we've had for a little bit. And basically our goal with it is to have a life cycle for every road that you can really start doing some scenario-based exercises to say, well, this road, okay, we decided, we won't pulverize this, we'll overlay it, or we won't overlay it. Maybe we'll do a microsurface. There's, uncountable options for every road. But right now, if you were going to take things in there to your program and decide we're not going to do it, we'll wait, and do it later, you just can't have the computing power to have it figure that out. So, but we've never really been able to fill it enough to really do these exercises. So it was something that we had worked on with IT, to basically say that there's just not enough resources to have somebody do that, or necessarily expertise in the program as well. So we've added some money in there, 50 or 60 in there this year to really get us over the finish line that we can really do those scenarios. The other thing that is in there, you'll see is performing a regional transportation assessment of the South Georgian Bay region. So that money is coming out of development charges. So it doesn't necessarily reflect the levy, and it has been, we've been collecting a lot of study money in the DC bylaw for quite a while. And we met with MTO today about it, and basically it was a kind of an agreement with Simcoe and ourselves that if we could bring some money to the table, 200,000 each, and then maybe that would convince MTO to start doing, you know, a little more further study on the South Georgian Bay transportation issues. So, you know, the first thing you say is, well, why do we have to pay for MTO's? I'll preempt someone asking that question, I guess. Why do you have to pay for MTO's issues? It's their roads. But really, there is just all these issues in South Georgian Bay that directly affect us too. If the highway's not running well, then you're onto a county road. Then you're under a county road. Then is our level of service what it should be maintenance wise? You know, public safety is always all of our overriding things. You know, accommodate future improvements at intersections and such. And the big thing that we keep going back to with MTO, and MTO has been fantastic. Both regional directors were in the meeting today. We got a lot of kind of quick wins completed now, little small intersection improvements that are moving forward. But we've never had that kind of long-term plan of what is the road network going to look like in 25, 30, 50 years. And our issue is that the way South Georgian Bay is developing, even between Great Highlands, you know, Blue Mountain, Meaford even, by the time we kind of react to it, the horse is already out of the barn. So our idea with MTO, and of course they wouldn't commit to anything today, was to say that we wanted to go, and Simcoe is doing it, I think Thursday, to go to our committees and say, this is something we think it's worth investing in to give us a path forward. So you'll notice that in there, like I said, not a direct levy impact, but it is something out of the ordinary for us on a one-off study of the South Georgian Bay transportation issues. So I don't know if you have any more questions about supervision, or I can pass off to Sean Anthony and talk about the rest of the operations budget. Sean?
Through the chair. I'll just be providing a high-level overview of our ordinary maintenance, our winter maintenance, our facilities, depots and domes, and machinery and equipment budgets. I apologize to our clerk. I'll be jumping around just a little bit here, but I'll try to pause as I finish each section. So starting here with ordinary maintenance, that budget line captures all road maintenance outside of winter maintenance, including activities like shoulder graveling, grading, pothole patching, signs, ditching, brushing, culvert replacements, traffic signals, and so on. The ordinary maintenance budget totals $4,044,600, representing an increase of $286,000 compared to 2024. However, that number is deceiving because approximately $180,000 of that is driven by the new way that we're tracking salaries using Dayforce as described by Garrett. The remaining 100,000 or so is largely driven by increasing preventative maintenance traffic signals and inflationary pressures for materials, as well as contract services like catch basin cleaning, pavement marking, crack filling, and culvert lining. So now we're moving to winter maintenance. So that budget covers winter road maintenance activities such as plowing and spreading, ordinary maintenance activities that are completed during the winter season, such as pothole repair, sign repair, and supervisory activities such as patrolling and equipment maintenance. The winter maintenance budget totals $5,674,400, representing an increase of $111,800 compared to 2024. And this is driven by increasing costs for winter control agreements, such as those between the county and the city of Owen Sound, town of West Gray, and counties of Bruce, Simcoe, and Dufferin. So moving now to facilities. The facilities, depots, and domes operating and capital budget totals $638,000, representing a decrease of $23,000 compared to 2024. Notable projects scheduled for 2025 include removal of asbestos from the insulation, asbestos insulation from the Chatsworth Depot, upgrades from the building condition assessments such as roll-up doors, LED lighting, gas lines, and septic, a new Patrol D depot build, and installation of EV chargers in Clarksburg, Ayton, and Chatsworth for 14 total. And last, to round out the operations portfolio is machinery and equipment. 2,905,700 has been budgeted. I think it's right at the end. Yep. For equipment purchases, based on the 10-year capital replacement schedule. Of that, 824,400 is carried over from the 2023 tandem purchases, and 428,500 is from the 2024 tandem purchases. Notable equipment purchases include tandem snowplow replacements, phasing in EV purchases by getting 2 electric half tons in addition to 2 gas, Clarksburg payloader replacement, replacing 1 large grader, adding 1 new skid steer to the fleet. We have 1 in the fleet shared between the 4 patrols currently, and it's really a very versatile tool and the workhorse on the equipment side. So we would like to get another one. Looking at the innovation and attachments, upgrading our AVL, our automated vehicle locating software hardware. We use Infobite currently, and we'd be looking at going out to market for something that's more up to date. And then on the non-licensed side of things, the biggest things driving that would be the purchase of 2 new mowers that have been noted as poor condition, as well as some additional road closed trailers. So with that, I'll just pause for questions, and then I'll hand things over to Trevor, who's going to look at the capital and construction side of things.
Oh, there we go. All right. Thank you. 43,000 difference between the 2 gas and 2 electric. And I mean, I've spoke in favor of electrifying, but $43,000 difference, it's hard to justify that. It really is. That's a ton of gas. It's a gallon or two, or a liter or 2, I guess you'd call it. Can you help me with justifying the 2 electric buys, please?
So I'm not sure what we had in there. I think it maybe around 80, 90 for the EVs. We have looked at what's available in the market now. There's not a lot in terms of a pickup truck. The Ford Lightning seems to be the most widely available right now. We have seen a package on the Ford Lightning around 65,000, but I think we were being concerned, which is roughly 10 to 12 more than what you would get in the gas. But I think we were being conservative with our estimates when we put in for the 2 EVs. There's a good possibility, I would say, that they could come in under budget. But that's kind of the best estimate based on what the market has available currently. All right.
So undoubtedly that's true. And I can't disagree with you. But we need to justify the extra expense on the electric. And that's the part that I'm, as much as I like to see electrification, that's the spread is just way too much in my mind, compared to a gas.
Yeah, that's a good point. But we do know that not having an internal combustion engine, then you're going to save on the preventative maintenance. With an electric vehicle, you're talking more about brakes and that sort of thing, as opposed to doing oil changes and all that. So there is an argument to be made that over the life of the vehicle within your fleet, that you would actually recoup some of that initial cost based on less preventative maintenance over the long term. So, in addition to the fuel consumption.
I was just gonna say exactly what Sean just said in terms of the overall cost of ownership, the life cycle costs. Based on the data and research we've done, it looks like at, you know, at minimum, we'd be par. But we think there might be some long-term savings. That's why we're like doing a gradual phased approach in terms of implementing going to EVs, making sure that they work for us operationally, but then being able to track and monitor those costs to see if in fact we're at least breaking even, if not, hopefully maybe some reductions in savings based on the long-term maintenance of those vehicles. We won't know until we have them implemented and starting to operate them. So, but that's why we're taking a gradual phased approach with this. Yep.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering with the lack of optimism around these electric vehicles, or at least the question marks that are out there, would we be better off just purchasing one and evaluating on one? The general market out there, electric trucks aren't selling, so typically the consumer has some idea on what they want to purchase, and are we doing this for the wrong reason without having the evidence? Maybe you'll have evidence, Randy, but I would feel better knowing that we actually had the evidence that it makes sense to purchase two by purchasing one off the bat, just a thought.
That's a good point as well. At the end of the day, it's 4 half-ton trucks in 2025, whether you go 3 and 1 or whatever the committee decides. We did do some due diligence in that regard, though. We did speak to our counterparts at Dufferin County just to see how they were using them, whether they were using them as patrol trucks or supervisor trucks, as they do the same work as I do, or as we do. And they had nothing but good things to say about them. There was some concerns about the range as patrol truck. And they were going to they were expanding on what they had already started doing by getting the extended range in this coming year's tender package. So I'm open to whatever committee decides. It's 4 trucks, whether we go 3 and 1 or 2 and 2. But we have done some due diligence with some of our counterparts as well.
They still got hills that are as big as those ones in Chatsworth. They get up and down fine. I think we go with 4 electric vehicles, but I'm only one vote.
Thank you, Chair. My question for you regarding the half-ton trucks is the charging station. So I know in transportation, some of our trucks do go home with the operators, and that's logical given the hours and such like that. So is the implementation of this, is the charging station at our depots, is the charging station hooking up with the person the truck is being applied to? How are we working that into the equation of this calculation?
So right now it's just our 4 area supervisors or a foreman that would be using a truck for commuting. The EV chargers that we're talking about installing, the 14, would be between the 3 patrol depots that I mentioned. So Chatsworth, Clarksburg, and Ayton. We do have a patrol build on the horizon as well. So conceivably there would be some more that would happen there. They'd be located outside and they would be available for staff use, but primarily we would get them installed first before we ordered our new Ford Lightnings or whatever they end up being. Get those installed as early as possible in 2025, and then go ahead with our purchase for the EVs. Looking at the market and what's available currently, it sounds like turnaround time would be, and especially talking to Dufferin as well, sounds like turnaround time would be around a month to 2 months. So we can get them fairly quickly. But in general, like our general operating staff don't take vehicles home. That's just mainly our area foreman.
Anything else? Any chances on the tandem trucks? We've been trying to get one since 23. We even leave it in the budget?
Yeah, so it looks like the turnaround time on those is around 13 months, it's coming down. As we go ahead, which is why we have in our early award report for another 2 and for representing our 2026 replacements. Unfortunately, it's still just a little bit too long in terms of delivery times that we're comfortable with tendering in the same year that we'd expect to receive them. I expect that those trucks would be delivered early 2025, and then the 2025 this is where it gets confusing. 2025 that we tendered in 2024 will probably be arriving around midsummer next year. So.
Anything else in that portion? No? Okay. Right, thank you. Mr. Ayrton next. Sounds like you're getting positive influence already. Trevor, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, time for the expensive fun part. So the 2025 construction resurfacing and minor capital budget totals $10,922,900, which is an increase of $704,900 compared to 2024. As we spoke to earlier, we're concerning salaries. About $350,000 of that is attributed to the redistribution of salaries. So there's effectively $354,900, if my math's correct, that would be associated with the capital construction increase. So the budget also includes a $3 million transfer to reserve, with $2.5 million of that allocated to our capital structure replacement projects and $500,000 for road capital projects. As you know, the county has a large number of structures built within the 1950s to around the 1970s, with a lot of those structures nearing the end of their service life. So as we continue to invest in this reserve, we'll be better suited in the years to come to deal with many of these structure replacements to avoid issues like bridge closures or load capacity limits as well. We also see an increase in funding for the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund. This year, we saw an increase of $178,300 to our allocation. So the OCSIF fund, as it's better known, it represents about a 5.4% increase when compared to the allocation we received in 2024. We also have our asset management plan, which is adopted by council for a 2.55% per year increase over 15 years, which starts in 2025. And that's again to close the annual infrastructure deficit. And as mentioned, that accounts for the $3 million is accounted for in the transfer to reserves. We also have an increase of $350,000 compared to the $2.65 million that we had last year. So in terms of the contribution to the reserve. So now to get into some of the projects for 2025. Our biggest job next year is the pulverization and paving of Grey Road 12. And that goes from Grey Road 40 to Grey Road 112, just south of Meaford. It's been an 11-kilometer project and will include paved shoulders and a number of culvert crossings as well. And it's currently budgeted at $7.4 million, with money coming from development charges, our Canada Community Building Fund, or formerly was the gas tax, and then also our OCSIF funding. We'll also be going back to Grey Road 9 next year to complete pulverize and pave and also an overlay project. And this will be just kind of west of Hopeville and ties in the last remaining section of Grey Road 9, which will then have paved shoulders all the way from Grey Road 1 and 9 to Dundalk. And that project's budgeted cost is $3.84 million. We also have a project on Grey Road 14 as well, budgeted at $2.9 million. And this would be kind of the south end of Grey Road 14 before it turns west towards Cedarville. Again, that's a pulverization and pave with paved shoulders as well. And finally, we have the Gray Road 30 project in the Beaver Valley. It's budgeted at 2.3 million. We're still dealing with a few leftover property acquisition issues, but again, those two projects will be funded with the OSIF and the Canada Community Building Fund. We also have Gray Road 28 in Hanover. So this was a project that we did in 2023 from 14th Street to the bridge north of there. So this was a project that we broke into two sections, mostly to deal with, we were trying to solve the issue with the traffic signals at the intersection of Gray Road 10 and Gray Road 28. So we now have a plan to finish the rest of the construction from 10th Street to 14th and also include the replacement of the traffic signals at the main intersection there at the Canadian Tire in Hanover. So that project is estimated to be 2.16 million, and it's going to be completed in conjunction with the staff of town of Hanover. We've also allocated 3.6 million to two overlay projects on Gray Road 25 and Gray Road 119 as pavement preservation projects. They'll add a second lift to the asphalt, helping to support provide extra structural support to the road and extend its overall useful life. And we also have two bridge projects scheduled in 2025. The first being structure 900-363, which is on the Euphrasia St. Vincent town line, which is between Meaford and Grey Highlands, just west of the town of Blue Mountains boundary. Again, that project is bridge replacement is for the two driveways, and we've been dealing with property acquisition over the last year. And we're in a place where we're almost signed off on the property. We're near the end, but once we have that property assigned, we can get designs ready to go and we're ready to start building. We also have a structure on 900-164 on Glenelg Road 23, and that's being completed as part of a project with the West Grey. And these projects have funding from the Structure and Culvert Rehabilitation Reserve, which I spoke to earlier, which is the 2.5 million. Finally, there's two projects that were scheduled for 2025 in the previous forecast, and we've moved those to the future. So the first is the Gray Road 5 reconstruction from 1st Street Southwest to 3rd Street A West. What we wanted to do is take a better look at this project to see, get an idea of what's happening with the slope at the Harrison Park Hill entrance. When we initially put it out, we were expecting to do some sort of retaining wall system, but we wanted to get a better idea of the scope of whether that's actually required or not, just due to considerable cost that was being proposed as part of the RFPs. Wanted to get a better sense of whether that is, so we're going to do some studies on the slope and get an idea of whether we need to kind of fully take out that slope, and what comes with that is a lot of tree removal and some big infrastructure that may be unappealing to the community. So ideally, if we can minimize the scale of that construction, we may be able to provide a solution that saves a lot of trees and a lot of the kind of sense of forest and the park feel around the Harrison Park. The other project that is delayed is structure 15902, which is located on Gray Road 15, which is at the intersection with 32nd Street East intersection, or just north here of Owen Sound. This project is related to a development application, and that development has been delayed. So it has also been assigned to a later stage within the application as well. So again, we shifted that project back to align with the understanding of where they are in their application process at this time. And that's all I have. So if there's any questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Mackey.
Nice, Mr. Chair. Afternoon, Trevor. Thanks very much. The the bridge project located on the St. Vincent, Meaford, Grey Highlands town line. Have any alternative bridge methods been looked at for that one? I'm not sure what you got planned for going in there, but I believe there's one resident that lives beyond that bridge. I'm just wondering if we've looked at the cheapest option to be able to accommodate that resident. It's certainly not a main traveled route by any means.
Through you, Chair. We have looked at several different options for that. A lot of it has to do with coordination of emergency services because they are on a dead end road. What would end up happening is we'd have to store emergency equipment on the other side of the bridge. If we were to take the bridge out and replace it with, say, a modular type bridge or something of a smaller scale. The other issue with that is a lot of those bridges rely on abutments that have pretty good condition. And unfortunately, these abutments, basically from reports that we have from Bob, when being out there and inspect them, he can basically just hammer right into them. So the type of bridge that's there, unfortunately, the failures that come with that structure is they're very sudden. It's basically a concrete T-beam structure, and when they fail catastrophically. So with very limited foresight into that. But again, the abutments are also of that same sort of nature. They're very susceptible to collapse. So building a new, cheaper structure on those abutments is not really facilitated. So what running all the different scenarios and the cost, what we end up doing is the structure that will go north of this structure would be a multi-plate culvert. So again, that's much more affordable from that sense. The footings, we don't need to go near as far down because of the depth of the bedrock in that location. So running all the different scenarios, it ends up that basically shifting it to the north, constructing the bridge while allowing the people to still use their properties on the old bridge until the new one's built, and then taking up the old bridge after the fact allows us to kind of keep emergency services available and also address the situation with the bridge. Yes, it is.
Anything else on the capital projects? The one on Gray Road 14. That's part of the road rationalization.
Yeah, through you, Chair. No, that section is directly north of the piece that would be part of the transfer. So there is still kind of the east-west portion that also needs to be addressed, and I believe right now it is in the 2026 schedule. So.
Two questions. Just if you can circle back to the AMP funding. I seem to recall about 4 months ago, this committee gave direction on stepping up to 2.55% for 2025 in the budget for AMP funding. But we had already incorporated a good balance of that in the 2024, anticipating it. So we were really just kind of stepping up, I think, from what we'd already installed last year. The one sheet said starting in 2025. So I was wondering about the language where it's stated, and it might have just been above one page above that. I think there, yeah, starting. So I just want to be clear on the fact that I'm pretty sure that we had started to increase that contribution last year, and it wasn't as wholesome as the 2.55 this year because we were just completing the step up. And secondly, my comment on Gray Road 5 Harrison Park Hill would be, hey, if we're all going to migrate to electric vehicles, which are by and large heavier, that, you know, the 30-40 year vision on that slope is that we construct it to what the engineers think it should be constructed to, and perhaps not the local residents who spend most of their time sleeping. By that, I mean the ones that live on top of the hill. And or, you know, some at the bottom of the hill, their residents, because it is quite a, you know, it's an engineering challenge on that slope there. So I just want to make sure that you feel as staff, you've got the latitude to be examining this in the fulsome manner and not feeling like you've got to, you know, cut back here and there to cut a corner.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Let's start with the second half first. So the grade of 5. In terms of that one, what we've noticed, over the years, we've done some different surveys out there as well, like topographic surveys where we're taking some shots on the slope to gauge kind of where and how much movement it's doing. Again, what we've done is pretty limited, but what we've seen in the values is there really isn't much movement to the slope. So again, that's where we're kind of feeling like when the RFP went out, a lot of consultants tend to just go to the full super high end is what I like to account for. I'm not necessarily certain without any better evidence that that's the best option right now. Just seeing that what we do see in that slope, there really isn't a whole lot of evidence beyond just a little bit of movement in the walls over a quite lengthy amount of time. So getting a bit more information, I figured the amount to spend now might save us a considerable amount in the future. So just to get a better scale there. The asset management plan, right? Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I believe it says starting in 25 because it's the new asset management plan. So even though we've been doing asset management for a long time, it's kind of the start of the new plan, a new number.
Anything else? Everybody's comfortable? Is there enough capacity out there to get all of this done?
Yeah, based on the evidence this year, I do feel there is enough. Contractors seem to be pretty eager to take some jobs on, so. Whether they can handle that I'll leave it up to them, but.
So if they're eager to take it on and whatnot, should be almost at a 20% discount. To be able to cut through. Yes, tender early, great. Anything else? No? Huh. One we usually send back to Pat. Cut $1 million out here or there. Yes, it does. Okay, all right. Thanks, Trevor. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just wanting to check in on people's time. Our conversations today have been focused on item 4A, the draft budget. We do have a couple of items that are prior to budget approval, and we wondered if we would be able to at least touch on those today, but I'm not sure about the committee's time. I don't, unless people are prepared to stay for a little while longer, I don't know that we're going to get through everything on this budget this afternoon, but staff are at your disposal. I was just wanting to check in if we're looking at the clock and we want to wrap things up in the next little while. If we could pivot and take those pre-budget approval items, then we should do that. Otherwise, we'll just carry on. You're good? Yay. What about the chairs? You good?
It's been that way for quite a while. Hey. It'll come with pie this time, I bet you. Okay. If we're ready to go, then Sue. Is that was the next one we're at? Quickly. And Jody, Pat. Scott, Mary Lou.
Last but not least, corporate services. So the 2025 budget for corporate services function includes a net levy requirement of $14,336,200 as compared to $12,926,900 in 2024, which is an increase of $1,409,300. What I'm going to do is I'll go through the narrative, and if there's any questions on the respective budgets, the director that is responsible for that function can speak. We'll start with council. So the 25 council budget includes an increase of $35,600. And there's a net increase of $19,300 for council compensation, and that's due to the cost of living adjustments. So as Jennifer Moreau spoke earlier, the adjustment is 2.5 for council and non-union, and reflects a $3,100 increase from the number of meeting per diems. So there's some increases in this budget for association and membership fees was $5,300. And it lists the organizations that we're a member of. Conferences is increased by $7,000. If you'll remember in the 2024 budget, it was reduced to one conference per staff, per counselor, sorry. And we've moved this back to two. Computer support maintenance is increased by $4,600, and that's the allocation for the Dayforce software that goes out to each department. The allocation for professional consulting fees was reduced by $7,000, and that's based on the actuals for the previous 6 years. Tara and I did speak at break, and the warden's banquet shows in the budget as with a budget of $8,000 and funded from donations. And I'll just let Tara speak to whether we should make a change to that.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Yes, as Mary Lou noted, the Warden's Banquet reflects $8,000 to be funded by donations for the Warden's Banquet. You'll recall that was the direction given last year. However, the intention for 2025 is that turns back to levy dollars to be funded by levy dollars for 2025 and 2026 unless committee and council direct otherwise. So we just wanted to note that that is anticipated to be levy dollars.
So we're going back to the Warden's Banquet? Or what? Didn't know we had one yet this year. We're going next year. Mr. Warden, do you want to?
Just a little perspective. I guess, to be honest, I was a little disappointed when the banquet was cut out of the budget last year. However, that said, the arrangement that we did this year, the luncheon, I quite enjoyed. And quite honestly, I thought it was a better event. A lot more personal with the people that we, both senior management team and council worked back and forth. It was a lot more, as I say, personal. I quite enjoyed it. So my recommendation or thoughts would be to change that banquet to a luncheon and reduce the amount to, I didn't even know what it cost. I think it was 3,500 or something like that. Is that what I heard? Whatever the luncheon was, maybe it wasn't that much. I don't know. But in any case, I thought what we did this year was quite appropriate. Thank you.
Yeah, I completely agree. I certainly have been to both functions and they were all enjoyable, but and saving some money for the taxpayers, this was a lot easier to justify. It was all of our senior staff and it was a good afternoon, and I think everyone enjoyed it. So my vote would be to continue on with the luncheon and make sure that that's in the budget for the warden, and having a formal evening is not required.
if you could just refresh my memory, I don't think I made it to the luncheon this year. Likely due to scheduling or work or whatever, so perhaps I did. Okay, so we're just talking to, okay, the one just recently. Okay. I wanted to make sure I was tapped into the right event here. Okay. Yeah.
So are you suggesting maybe instead of 8 that it goes down to 5? Not a lot, but it's a $3,000 thing. Dane?
Thank you, Chair. Is a recommendation coming from staff to change it back into levy? Like, are we talking ethics or challenge of getting somebody to sponsor? Like, I'm just wondering, what's the rationale behind staff's perspective to say, don't go with the sponsorship and go with bringing it back into the levy?
We cannot go and ask for sponsorship unless it's freely given. I just don't see how it wouldn't be terribly awkward for staff or for any of you to go and ask people who are ratepayers already in the community. I can't.
The only question I would ask then former wardens is there some consultation with other former past wardens or, you know, were there other officials that have attended the banquets that would feel like they're missing out on an opportunity, which wasn't there with the luncheon style that we had? Just like to hear a bit more of your perspective on that.
You're a warden and a past warden, so you're best to talk right now, Mr. Miller.
Well, as I said, I thought the event this year was fine. It was a good event, a great event, actually. Missing out on any opportunities? I don't think so. As Kim has stated, it is a little awkward to go to someone who we hire for different projects with your hand out saying, well, yeah, we need some money for the banquet. That just seems odd. But anyway, in years past, I'm sure it worked fine. Well, it has worked fine, but someone said to me one time, if you don't think something would look good on the front page of the Sun Times, don't put it there. So this is a case of one of those things. Yeah, to answer your question, no, I don't think there's any missed opportunity there. That's just my perspective though. So, I mean, we have at least one other past warden here. I guess you could ask him as well.
No, you don't need to ask me. I'll give you an opinion until Kim probably cuts me off. I think the only spot where individuals, and it won't be the sponsors or anything. It was probably the connection with the past wardens that would be a little bit. And I don't know going forward whether, you know, the 10 or so that would attend could be invited. But that connection with past wardens, I think, would be about the only place that you'll see them, you know, where we could make a slight improvement. But after that, I can say I had three. And to Kim's point, I think in 1960, it was what you could do. Well, we're talking about driving on electric vehicles now. We don't do the same things in 1960. Times have changed, and I think for a banquet and or a luncheon or whatnot, asking donors for sponsorship, you know, that's passé. Find it awkward now. So going forward, having the luncheon, celebrate. The only thing I'll say that would probably be a little bit better is a lot less time with the warden having the microphone and a little bit more with some of us to give the realities of what the year was like. Give me 5.
Well, I think I heard Kim mention that this year it was 3,500, so if you invited the wardens to a luncheon, I agree, for everything that the past wardens have done for us, having that opportunity for them to come, would be nice. The evening events were a lot more than just a few former wardens coming, like there was a lot of people coming to the taxpayer. What we did with the luncheon to invite the wardens might cost an extra $400 or $500, so we'd still be in half of what's expenditures would be for an evening, so maybe that might be a consideration. We continue with the luncheon and invite the former wardens.
And the former wardens are invited to inaugural. And so there is that has always continued on uninterrupted. And I do know that the former wardens have their own event. So, okay, no, we'll leave it like that. Whatever you wish to direct us, we'll just ensure that there's an appropriate amount of funds to carry on. Thank you.
Go ahead, Scott.
I just want to make sure that we've, consulted or, thoughtfully came to the right decision. And this would be the one, if memory serves me correct, like the warden's banquet would move to that municipality to host, I think. So, is 35, like it was a lower cost just being down the street here. Whereas if it's a luncheon that we are capturing fulsomely the total cost of, that's no longer a 1.5 hour of lunchtime for staff. That's now a half a day of productivity or similar, so that we really do capture the actual cost of an event that is potentially moving around the municipality. It could be 2 kilometers away, or it could be 45 kilometers away, so.
I think for today's conversation, though, it's not about how we're gonna plan it and work it. Do we want 5,000 left in the budget for a luncheon and or banquet, some sort or another? Thank.
Just confirmation that I believe the clerk mentioned that currently the budget is set up that the $8,000 is put back into the budget. That's the way the budget is set now. So currently the budget is set up, but there's no cost on the levy, that there's no luncheon or banquet. That's the discussion we're having now. The original cost, I think, when the banquet was $8,000 is what was planned. I think for the purposes of this, put the $8,000 back into the budget. I think there should be some involvement with whoever the warden is as to whether it's a banquet or a luncheon. And I think having that leeway to the warden might be appropriate, rather than this committee deciding what that warden's going to get to do. So motion to put the $8,000 into the budget for warden's luncheon / banquet.
Scott? Seconded? Any other conversation? Mr. Warden.
I guess one of the awkward questions is then, do we do this annually? And assume somebody's only going to serve 1 term, 1 year? Or do we assume going forward that the warden is going to serve 2 years, 2 1-year terms, and only have 1 banquet, or you're going to have 1 every year? It's kind of an awkward question to ask, but I think it needs to be asked. I was I can tell you from my own perspective, this particular time I was warden, I was fine with the one luncheon. I didn't need one every year, but that's just my opinion again.
My opinion is you would keep it as an annual. The warden is elected annually. So my thoughts are it would be an annual, going to be in there, and once a year is basically a celebration of the year, not of the term of the warden, but of the year that the warden has had. My thought. Wow. We give Pat Hoy and a bunch of guys, I don't know, $2-3 million, and we talked about that 30 seconds, and we're talking about this for 5 to 10 minutes. Anyway. Yeah, and you guys are doing the talking. It's on the floor, 8,000 on an annual basis. That's the way I read it. For 2025 anyway. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Okay. What other controversies do you have for us, Mary Lou?
Well, if that's the biggest, we'll move into the administration budget. So this includes what we call back office. The one change that we have made for administration is we've broken out climate change separately on its own now. And that's more because we get into a lot of questions about, why are professional consulting fees swinging so much? And quite often it's because of grants that are tied. And that's the one area where we have the significant grants compared to, say, finance, IT, legal, HR, et cetera. So the administration budgets are going up $924,800. So we've got, of that, there's $513,700 for 71 positions in the cost center. So it includes the non-union compensation review that was done that took effect in 2024, with most staff still moving on the 5-step grid, the cost of living adjustments, and the addition of 2 permanent full-time positions. And I'll start with this CAO's budget. That's where the facilities and operations manager is. So currently we're showing that as a budget increase. The intent is that it should save money over the long term by finding efficiencies and coordinating purchases, et cetera. In year one, that's difficult to quantify. Departments haven't said, oh yes, I can see that I'm going to save this amount of money by virtue of putting it in. So I think that's where we'll see the savings in the following year. Under the clerk's department, we've got $8,900 for software to support FOI management and $6,000 for record management consulting. The second position is under IT. It's the permanent full-time business analyst, and that's in response to existing workload. So the goal is to help departments design and select technology that aligns with their requirements, ensures business processes are efficient as possible, and that we're compliant with IT. And I can say from finance perspective and HR, I know that we've been making use of business analysts for software implementations, and their time is stretched pretty lean. Under general administration and general government, we've got investment income budgeted of just over 2.7 million. So any revenue from investments that exceeds 1% of our own purpose levy is put in the one-time funding reserve to assist with funding non-recurring expenditures and unexpected costs. So that transfer to reserve in 2025 is $2,040,600. And the reason we do this is instead of allowing it to flow through to the budget every year, if we budgeted for more investment income than we were going to receive, we've created a deficit in the current year, and we're going to create a budget impact in the following year. So that's why we allow it to flow through, or we recommend it flow through to the one-time funding reserve. Getting into capital. There's increase under administration for $67,400. Clerk's Department has a $20,000 transfer to reserve for future update to electronic record management. HR has some projects that are going to be completed and funded from reserve. So 56.6 for the implementation of Dayforce. $20,000 to continue the lean training. That's a portion of the project carried over from 2024. Employee engagement survey, that's the portion carried over from 2024 as well. $12,000 for the purchase and implementation of safety data sheets, and that's carried over from 2024. And I can say on Jen's behalf, she can speak to this. The Dayforce implementation has taken more resource and more time than they'd anticipated, and that's why they're carrying projects over. They've also got transfers to reserve for some future projects. $40,000 for replacement of scheduling software, $25,000 for non-union market salary reviews, $16,600 for the replacement of HRS software, $15,000 for updates to job demand and hazard analysis, $15,000 transfer to reserve for a future update to the countywide noise survey, $8,000 for workplace violence and risk assessment updates, $7,000 for employee engagement surveys. And that's not a duplicate, that's putting money away to reserve. So we level out the bottom line annually, and $1,500 toward data sheet databases. The IT department has a number of projects. So in 2025, they've got photocopier replacements, UPS battery backups, servers that are on lifecycle management, and then there's hardware in the homes as well. And then they're setting aside money for future projects. So tower revenue goes to reserve. That's funded from user fees. They put aside money for wireless access point upgrades, for photocopiers, IT audits, contribution the strat plan, website updates, phone system upgrades, and air conditioning for long-term care servers. Go to communications. There's a transfer to reserve for future communications initiatives, mostly for AV equipment in the chambers here, and $7,500 transfer reserve for a future update to the corporate communication strategy. Under climate change, as I mentioned, this is the first year that it's being shown separately. It has an operating and capital increase of 117.7. On the operating side, it's 74.7. And a portion of that is we've already determined about a position. So I'll leave it at that. Climate change capital, there's a requirement of 81,000. So an increase of 53,000 to reinstate funding from levy for reserve for future climate projects. And that contribution was removed in the 2024 budget. So initiatives in 2025, $23,000 for experimental acres, $47,900 for climate opportunities fund. So that's a portion from reserve and a portion from levy, so that if you need matching dollars, there's funds available. And there's $43,000 for climate action plan. And then the projects that are being planned, 94,000 from Green Development Standards. And I'll take a pause there to see if there's any questions before I move on to WSIB.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mary Lou, the 60,000 for electric vehicle chargers at the administrative office, how much of that is grant as opposed to capital for project reserve? And I guess I may have missed it, but have we received, like, are we gonna use them? Like, how many people should be able to drive to the county building and get back home without a vehicle charger? So these for the public, or who's utilizing these chargers?
So for the EV chargers that we're proposing at the admin building, they'd be primarily to support future fleet EV chargings that would be parked here at the admin building. We have several corporate vehicles that are parked here for that, so that would be primarily the use. We are looking for there may be potential options that they can be utilized, though, if they're not being utilized for fleet, but fleet would be priority number one for sure.
Any other questions? Scott, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, about a year and a half ago, when we were talking about that, they were also going to have the capacity for pay-per-use billing, correct?
So we would explore those options if that's, but as noted, the priority would be for fleet, and then we'd be looking at supporting options for that. The delay in terms of carrying over these funds, the ZVIP application didn't open up till college. And so we anticipate that we'll be hearing hopefully in first quarter of 2025 if we're successful in getting that grant funding, which would support, I believe, up to 50% of the overall funds for the chargers for the admin building, as well as the depots that Sean mentioned earlier.
Thank you. Any other questions? Very good.
So in answer to your question, the $60,000, 30,000 of that was assumed from grant and the rest would come from county dollars. Going back up. Okay. I'll now talk about WSIB and weekly indemnity, also known as short-term disability. So both of these budgets are self-insured, and we charge ourselves premiums against those budgets in order to fund the programs. So for WSIB, we've left the premium rates for 2025 the same as 2024. Weekly indemnity, there's a third-party disability management company that adjudicates the claims, and this is for long-term care. The budgeted premium is an increase of $93,100. It reflects an increase in the number of staff and the number of potential claims. And the premium rate for 2025 is approximately 21.53 more than the rate used for 2024. The information services budget, which staff calls IS, is the charge for keeping the county network going, and it's charged out to each user on the network. So this is funded by an interfunctional charge to each department. Overall, it's going up by $103,100. That's attributable to increased computer software costs, including licensing from Microsoft, the long-term care servers, VMware, Adobe, and door access controls. And new in 2025 is the addition of $12,000 for cybersecurity vulnerability management software. Moving on to assessment. This is the amount that we pay MPAC, and the budget for that is an increase of $48,400 over 2024. I mentioned court security earlier this morning. We were directed to prepare an agreement to provide City of Owen Sound the difference between the city's net court security and prisoner transport costs and the provincial grant. And we've estimated those costs to be $250,000 in the 2025 budget. Provincial offenses continues to be a revenue source, and it's a levy reduction of $91,600 compared to a levy reduction of $141,100. So that's a decrease of $49,500 in net revenue. I think everybody here knows that we operate courts on behalf of Grey and Bruce counties. And the net revenue from operations is cost shared based on population. So we're anticipating ticket revenue to increase by $100,000 in 2025 to $2 million, closer to the pre-COVID levels. And the provincial offenses workload is not expected to decrease. There's been changes in provincial requirements for court operations, downloaded administration duties from the Justice of the Peace, and continuing to work through the backlog that happened because of COVID. And again, revenue is difficult to predict. We look with Amanda and her team at historical and recent trends to come up with a budget amount. And what is paid is what's shown on the books as revenue. County property, administration and Morrison buildings. Overall, there's not much to say there. It's an increase of 15,600. And we did talk just a few minutes ago about the EV chargers. They have lighting replacements at the Morrison building, carrier control system upgrades for the controls in this building, 37.6 for carpet and vinyl at the Morrison building, $8,500 for lighting and security cameras if we put in the EV chargers. That was carried over from the 2024 budget as well because the chargers weren't installed. $49,000 is a transfer to reserve for future capital replacements. That's an increase of $7,500, which is just due to inflation. And you'll see there that we had the last item it mentioned is $706,500 in debenture payments for the renovations for this building. And that, again, that was an internally funded project and it'll be fully paid in 2031. Tax and grants provides a net levy reduction of $1,130,700. Increase in supplementary taxes. There's been also an increase in estimated tax write-offs. This is based on 2024 year-end projections and analysis of what we've seen in 2017 to 2023. And the supplementary tax has been calculated based on IMPACT's new assessment forecast report. Health unit requires a levy requirement of $1,785,700, an increase of $17,800. We've offset a portion of the levy increase that would otherwise happen by using $67,300 from Safe Restart. And healthcare initiatives, we talked earlier this year, we have a $209,500 contribution to reserve, and we have a $200,000 contribution to Bright Shores. So the transfer to reserve funds the contribution and adds $9,500 to the existing reserve. Happy to take any questions.
Oh, I know it was. Any questions? Sorry, I just, I had a question. I stepped out there for a second. It was with the IT capital. Apologies for jumping back to that. I find that just counterintuitive there an awful lot. $67,000 for photocopier replacement. I thought this IT was supposed to make us paper free. Then down below that, we've got another 20,000 that's going for future replacements. Jody, why are we cutting down so many trees? We could probably get out of forestry if, we didn't cut so many trees.
Yeah, so with the photocopiers, we generally replace them anywhere from 5 to 7 years. It is a service that IT supports. We generally like paper free where we can as well. Next year, it's a higher cost. We've seen all those printers go up well above inflation, and the ones we're replacing next year are the larger high volume ones that we use in our main copy rooms. So just because they have that higher volume, they do have the shorter lifespan, around 5 years. So that's what we anticipate getting out of them, and that's reflected in those, the life cycles that we're planning on. Sorry, I had it up, but I can't read the second 20,000 that you were referring to. Oh, right, yeah. So we do replace some printers every year. I think next year it's down to around 30,000 to then 40, and then the fourth year, there's hardly anything, if there's anything, based on our plans right now.
One of the items I had highlighted here is on page 203. Ledger account 63,000 is advertising. Right below it is radio advertising. They went up substantially from 2023. In 2024, we essentially spent what we budgeted. But what does this department advertise? Because this is not tourism type of action. So I'm wondering, what is $41,000 of advertising and $12,000 of radio advertising for in this budget? In this department?
There's a combination of things. So this is under the administration budget, so it's a roll-up of a number of departments. So some of it is advertising for recruitment, which would be in the HR budget. And the radio advertising and a portion of the advertising budget will be from communications. So communications controls all for the bulk of the advertising that is done corporately.
I can give a tiny bit more detail as well, and I'm sure Rob can back that up, but at certain times we do bulk purchasing with communications for our internal advertisements, sometimes for long-term care, sometimes for transportation. They are advertising campaigns, and we do it through the communications team, as they are the group that is reached out to when there is bulk radio sales. So those are the types of instances where we would be doing purchases for radio sales. They are unique. We also will do advertising on billboards at specific times if we need it for long-term care as well, and transportation.
And just to provide a little more context to, a lot of that advertising line also covers our mandatory notices that we have to post if we're declaring property surplus, weed spraying, those kinds of notices that we have to put out. And we have seen increased costs quite dramatically in a lot of advertising over the last several years. Not a great big spike in the last year, but that does accumulate as well.
Okay. Yep. All right. Well, that's the corporate. Oh, we've got a lot of the agenda done today. Thank you. One item. 4B. What? Oh. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yes, I need, and we've made a few adjustments and whatnot, but are we ready to move this towards council? The recommendation is a draft. Moved by Mr. Mackey and seconded by Mr. Millen. Comment, yes. It would be as amended. Any comments? All those in favor? That is carried. Okay. Got the draft portion of it. We want to go next to Mary Lou, or Mary Lou, to Sue. Yeah, this one's just more of a quick update for us. So go ahead.
This report just shows you where we were sitting at August 31st with projections to the end of the year. I had planned on speaking in great detail to this, as I figured the questions along the budget would kind of maybe align with this as well. And I figured we might be tight for time, but overall, we are looking at about let me see if I get my correct numbers here. I think it's 3.3 surplus, but the big driver of that is the long-term care increase in revenue that was spoken today over our budget meetings. So let me get to the right page. Yes, 3.3 million surplus overall. 3.1 of that's in long-term care increased revenue greater than we expected. So overall, I think we're in pretty decent shape for the end of the year, and we will bring a report, a year-end surplus report as to where we would allocate these funds accordingly. Does anyone have any specific questions?
The only quick question I had, and it made reading through the long-term care part of the budget really easy, because I knew the long-term care committee of management had already went through it and combed through it. So this is good news. As the county, like, our reserve contributions in the budget seemingly are fairly strong as we went through it earlier today. I believe last year Collingwood applied a $1 million approximate surplus towards their 2024 budget. Have staff considered that kind of, not like $3 million, but 100 or 200,000 of that 3.1 good news surplus in provincial funding? What type of practices is there at the county in terms of realizing some of those unexpected surpluses?
And that is a good comment and good question. I'll answer it with Rockwood Terrace redevelopment. So if we have some money that we put aside that can further assist that project, maybe it smooths out the increase in 2026 in their operating and capital budgets, and that's where it can be redirected to. That's a great question. I wouldn't just immediately, use that as a way to help the 2025 budget, but if we can use some of that for redevelopment, then it would reduce the borrow, and it's a good news story. I will speak a bit. We discussed this at committee management, and Marcus made a comment earlier. If we had known what the province was going to give us in direct care funding in 2024, we wouldn't have had the levy increase that we did for long-term care. So we budgeted at the low end for a reason, and that was my decision. Because if it had came in, if we budgeted at the high end or midpoint and we only got the 1,305 per month per bed, then we'd have been in a deficit in the current year, and we'd have had a deficit or a budget shortfall for 2025. So it would have been nice if the province had told us what they were going to give us, because I'm sure there were some decisions made for the 2024 budget that probably wouldn't have been made otherwise.
Thank you, Sue. There's a recommendation there to receive the corporate financial update as information. Moved by Dane, seconded by Scott. Greg? Any further questions for Sue and Mary Lou? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Okay. Jody wants to establish a capital reserve for fire. For a fire sale down at the IT, or what are we looking at here?
Okay, so this is a bit of an update on the fire communications project that the county ran in collaboration and on behalf of 8 of the member municipalities. So we put out that project in 2020. The initial cost of the project was 1.6 million, which at the time included 700,000 in municipal modernization funding. Before going into that project, we did a feasibility and design study. And then we engaged Telequip, and there were some small designs, but generally the cost of the project at 1.6 million is the cost of the project, and there's not a whole lot of extra in there that isn't the equipment or you know, time to mount it on the towers and configure it. And like any other capital asset, these assets are going to need replacement eventually. So what we're suggesting in this report is the establishment of a capital reserve that would see those to have a fund for that eventual replacement, and also a fund that the member municipalities could draw from if there were any large out of budget expenses. So there are things that are covered in the operating budget in terms of repairs within budget, basically equipment failure without a cause, but something catastrophic like a lightning strike on the tower, that would be out of budget, and Telequip would have to go on site, probably replace equipment and have found expenses against it. The equipment that is on the tower at the moment, I think the vendors would tell you you're likely to get 10 years out of it, but I mean, it's not really software driven. It's not going to become obsolete. If it's not failing, you don't have to replace it essentially. And so Telequip is suggesting that we're likely to get at least 15 years out of it. And furthermore, you're not going to have to replace it all at once. If parts are failing or they seem that there's a higher risk of failure, that's when they need to be replaced. But that would be piecemeal, not a wholesale, you know, the whole project replaced in 1 year. So we're suggesting, I will say that we've discussed this both with the local CAOs group and with the local fire departments. They agreed to the idea in principle and also agreed that this question should come back to council for some direction into how that reserve should be set up. So the two suggestions we're making, either it's something that each member municipality can manage on their own. We can make a suggestion in terms of the annual fire comms operating budget, which we prepare and send out. And then again, it's up to the municipality to manage that fund and deal with it when the time comes that equipment needs to be replaced. Alternatively, the county can manage it. We could take money that we already have in reserve and put it in a guaranteed investment of sorts, which we could speak to more what we were thinking there. And so I think the number we had in the report was 400 and around $50,000, sorry. And then if that was investing over time, we'd be close to around 700,000 based on some early estimates of products and on the financial market we know we can get today. And again, that would put us around 10 years from now or 15 years for the project. So we would have that money available when we start getting close to the time we would expect to see hardware replacements on the project. That's it.
Thanks for the report, Julia. I'll move option 1, Mr. Chair.
Okay, seconder. Miller. Just so of my clarity, option 1 is that the lower tier municipalities look after themselves. Okay. That one's the county one. Good. All right. Clear on that. Yep, there we are. Thank you, Tara. Comments? Kim.
And just to be clear, this is something that we're looking to do in the future, but this is not in the budget for this year. And so it would be a 2026 item. So there's, you know, ample time for you to take this back and have the conversations at your own local tables or whatever, but we just, because we're doing a 2-year budget right now or an outlook in for 2026. We wanted to make sure that we were transparent about looking at doing this. But in order for us to set up the bond and that, there's a bit of work that Mary Lou would need to do. And so the timing doesn't quite align to get it done for 2025. Okay.
Okay, any other questions? This isn't a funding one more than it is getting it set up for funding. Call the question, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thanks, Joe. Is is Director of Transportation still here? So he got himself really backed into the corner way back there. Notice he doesn't sit in his chair anymore at the, behind us. Oh, and he's not even coming up. Yeah, it's Pat on my thing. Yeah, Trevor, way you go. Trevor, it's up to you.
So for report TRBFC 3324, again, this is our sort of annual report that we do as a preemptive, just in case budget ends up extending to a later date than we anticipate. So it's really just to get our early tender projects out. So again, this year, what we've done is identified Gray Road 12, the pulverize and pave rehabilitation, priced at 7.4 million. We have Gray Road 9, pulverize and pave from Gray Road 23 to Southgate Side Road 3, as well as the Gray Road 9 overlay as a project together. That's 2.8 plus the additional million for the overlay. And then we have Gray Road 119 overlay from Gray Road 13 to Gray Road 2 for 1.4 million. Operations also has 2 tandems that they're looking to put in due to the lengthy delivery times on the trucks. And that's for the 2026 scheduled replacements. There's about 25.5 kilometers of road work in this. And then typically these will go out as early in January as we can get them out. So usually second week generally is when we try to get the first tender out, unless we can go earlier, which is even better. The percentage of the forecasted expenditures based on transportation's total budget being capital budget is 40,350,000. The total estimated cost of these projects, as well as the tandems, is 13.6 million, representing 33.71% of the forecasted expenditures. We do have 1.04% of the total expenditures being pre-approved for the 2025 tandem purchases as part of TRCW 0424 as well. So that equates to a total of 34.75%. Which is below the 50%. Any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I'll move the motion that's in the report because I think it is prudent and you can leverage yourself with better pricing particularly for these types of projects. So cross your fingers.
Thank you, Scott. Seconded by Dane. Councilor Nicholson, very good. Any other questions or comments on this? As you said, it well under the 50% that's in our pre-purchasing bylaws. Nothing? Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. All right. Scott Taylor. Growth management study. It'd probably grow a lot more if you'd let us get to dinner sooner. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'll keep this one very brief. We've had reports on this topic on both September 12th and October 10th, talking about the need for the updated growth management strategy. So staff are before you today asking for pre-approval to go ahead with this ahead of the 2025 budget. Simply put, the growth management strategy is a strategy we wouldn't need to do if we weren't growing. And therefore, because we're growing, most of this is coming from development charges reserves. So 52,900 is projected to come from development charges reserves, and 7,100 is coming from our own growth management update reserve. So I'm certainly happy to take any questions if there are any, but given the hour, I thought I'd keep this one brief.
He's trained well. But it is progress. Scott. Mackey.
I'll move it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Millen? Thanks, Brian. Anything else? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And apparently we need an auditor. You're looking lost down there, Scott. Timed out? Okay. Mary Lou, auditors.
So now different from normal planning days, I'm the one holding you up from dinner. So it was time that we went out for audit. We had 2 respondents. And through the scoring, it's a 2 envelope system. So when Sue and I were scoring, we didn't see the pricing. That was held by purchasing. And when the scoring was put together, BDO was the top respondent. The cost for the first year of this contract is $96,150 excluding taxes. In comparison, the budget for 2024 was $75,800. And that included staff estimates for work to audit new accounting standards. It didn't include audit work that resulted from new ministry funding programs. And I'm making that comment because we were working under an RFP an award to BDO that was issued in 2019. And if you remember back then, we didn't go out for tender because we didn't know what the impact of Sienna looking after the long-term care operations was going to be, and that didn't proceed. So there's a number of things that have changed in the accounting world since then. They have to audit IS standards annually. And there was asset retirement obligations, which any of you had landfill. You've been used to that at home where we didn't. And financial instruments, which is the type of investments you do. So in comparison, the 2023 audit work totaled $79,800 excluding taxes. And the amount that BDO was allowed to increase their pricing from 2019 was a very minimal increase. You know, it was like, I think 1%. So we won't know what the final negotiations are year over year increases, but we've said that, and they've agreed that it would not be more than 3%. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Go ahead, Dave.
Just one question, Chair. The new financial software that we're using and switching to, and I realize that we're not fully implemented there, would that assist the auditors in terms of making their workload less? Like, is that something that might help reduce the amount of work the auditor needs to do?
The new software that we've just nicely implemented is budget software. So even when we implement a new financial software, it won't reduce the amount of work that BDO does. What helps to reduce the cost is the quality of your working papers that you give your auditor. So if you give them everything basically on a silver platter, they don't need to ask a whole lot of questions and they don't rack up a lot of extra hours or making journal entries to reclassify things. So that's really where you'd save your money. And not to tout our own horn, but BDO does love the quality of our working papers, which we take pride in.
Brian.
work plan and schedule? Do they commit to having this done in a timely manner? And I'll let you define timely manner.
I'd say we have become no different than our auditors, and it's difficult for them to attract and retain staff. And up until now, every time we've posted a position, I hear from them saying, please, dear God, don't take one more of our people because we can't handle it. They have committed to the timelines, and they were pretty, they met the deadline for presenting our audited financial statements. The FIR was a bit behind. But overall, they did a better job this year than they have during the last couple of years. And they've had people, you know, in and out of the team that's assigned us. And I think it's become the nature of the business, unfortunately. It's hard to retain people.
If I could, in the RFP, they didn't put in year to year. Is this for a 5-year contract? I guess what I'm asking. And you've said that they don't have it built in, that it's going to be a 2.5 or whatever.
That's correct. It wasn't built in, and we went back and we asked. And then there are some things that would be considered out of scope that would be an additional. So if the province in 2024 came out and had a new requirement to audit a program for paramedic services, that was an additional billing because it wasn't in their bid. So no, they didn't provide. They suggested they could do it based on inflation, and I said, inflation based on what? Because, you know, if inflation was 0, I don't think they'd want 0. But if inflation was 8, 8 doesn't seem appropriate. So that's something that we'll negotiate with them every year. And I think they know that they're not going to get any more than we're prepared to give.
Well, I don't have concerns with the recommendation. The only question I would have is, I think in our scoring evaluation criteria, cost is too low of a weighting. We're dealing, this is all licensed professionals across the board. And if you're not licensed in a similar fashion as an engineer, you can't have someone drive over the bridge. So I just think there is opportunity. I'm not sure if this is a boilerplate template that we use where 20% is across the board. But it certainly could leave ourselves more open to not accessing the best cost perhaps to fulfill some of the service needs if the cost weighting is that low. Because you're essentially evaluating really relevant comparators across the board.
I can, as an observer of this whole process, and what I've heard from colleagues in other places is that ensuring your auditor, as much as, yes, they're, you know, they have their designations and are expected to be, you know, experienced professionals. There is a lot of variability out there in the field, and someone who does not, or a firm that does not have the depth of experience in doing municipal audits will chew through our time, staff's time, to a cost that is far, far more than what the bid cost might be. So I think part of our weighting, you know, the scoring was to make sure that we were getting someone who absolutely lived and breathed your municipal audits. So when they come in, they're prepared, they're ready to go, and can move through this work in a really efficient fashion.
Kim is exactly right. We went through that painful lesson in the township of Chatsworth a few years ago, thinking that we'd used the same accountants for a long time, and that we should go out for an RFP. And of course, someone came in a little bit cheaper, but we certainly paid the price by going with them and ended up going back to the other one as quickly as we could afterwards. So lesson was learned.
But I still think it's always good to go out and get that. Because every once in a while you do have the glitch, it's the other way. I was with a corporation a number of years ago and they hadn't gone out for 30 years. Same accountant, same auditor had done it. So I finally went out, found somebody that, yeah, they were cheaper. In the first year, they found a $50,000 tax that had been missed for the last 10 years by the good auditor. So it, yeah, as much as they all should be doing what they are, it's not that you can't, every once in a while, just hope is you're not with that every once in a while. Dane.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the recommendation that's on the agenda. In full, there's the 3 parts.
You, seconder, Scott, Mackie. Any other questions or comments? Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. In the relation of time, do we have time? No. Yeah, in the relation of time, we have no time left. Could we
Through you, Mr. Chair. So in light of some of the e-scribe technical difficulties that I understand that relate to the closed session report and not having the ability to review that report prior to today's meeting, staff are recommending that we include that staff report in the council budget discussion. As Mary Lou indicated previously, the plan is to revisit obviously some of the decisions and discussions that the Budget and Finance Committee have had with respect to both open and closed session items. So we can include that as background information as part of that council budget meeting if committee is okay with that approach. So that's what we're suggesting, just based in light of the technical difficulties, the time currently as well. We're recommending that we just bring that forward to council for information.
Is this? The only thing, yeah, I think we could maybe discuss it, but it is 4:40. Procedurally, I don't know how much longer we can go along before I need the motion to extend this committee meeting. Sarah? You were supposed to say yes, and we were done 5 minutes ago. As chair, I'm just gonna say, I'll take that, Randy, and we'll defer that to the council meeting Thursday, right? Is coming Thursday? Randy?
The proposal was to bring it forward to the December 6th budget meeting. Just as noted, we would have to revisit some of the discussions that the Budget and Finance Committee had with all of council, so that could be included as information associated with that particular item.
Okay. I was kind of jesting. I thought you were going to go to that budget meeting, not council on Thursday. Good. All right. That is that. There was one piece of correspondence that was there. This calendar wants to get the assessment. Maybe want to deal with that. Mr. Millen?
I'll move that we support the calendar information? Or the request, their request? Yep.
I don't know, Tara, do you have an alternate resolution prepared? Thank you. There is a little bit of difficult wording in the calendar resolution. So I think that we might want to pass a resolution in support of the intent of this motion, which is asking the province to reinvigorate the reassessment of properties without necessarily having comments about other aspects.
The draft motion in essence could be that the County of Grey advocated the province to resume the regular reassessment cycle.
Scott Mackey to second that. Warden moved. Any further discussion on that motion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Other business. Next meeting date? I would think would be determined after this goes to council on the 6th. Is it? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So right now, these minutes are proposed to go to the regular meeting of December the 12th, and then we have plans for this committee to resume in February, I think, pending any changes that might come up in the meantime, or we could reschedule, or we could schedule something earlier.
I think as was alluded to earlier, we wanted to see where we got to today. You've moved to take the budget as amended and move that forward to council. We had a budget meeting with all of council set for December 6th and another one for December 13th. I'm looking at finance staff here, thinking, can we be ready for an all of council budget meeting on December the 6th? Or do we think that we're in a place where we can bring the whole package to December 13th and that we might be able to get through the budget on that day?
In order for Rob to put the budget together, we give him chunks and he does a table of contents and puts all the nice pretty pages on them, etc. It would be nice to give him a bit more time. So I don't want to speak to Rob on how fast he'd have to scurry in order to get this out Thursday so that they have it for a week. Understanding that, of course, we didn't give you a week.
Through the chair, if the finance department has all of the pieces ready, we probably could prioritize it to get it ready for Friday, to be published at the end of the day on Friday, but certainly would appreciate the extra time to pull that together. That will save, I'm sure, some revisions or corrections a little bit later.
Absolutely, that's what council's for. Put that as a sticky note right there on someplace. You won't forget it. So I'm taking up the suggestion and staff would really like to be December the 13th. but that would be the budget meeting. Okay,
For clarity, my assumption would, like, my hope would be yes. But logic would say if county council is done with the budget on December 13th, then that would be the end. If there is large scale debate or changes. I mean, I look at what this committee did today and there wasn't significant changes being made, respecting Counselor Greg, who may have some other comments he wants to make as a general nature when we get to a fulsome discussion. But we made a couple of edits to this budget that weren't significant projects. There's nothing, trying to make significant changes. My assumption there is that the purpose of this committee was to do any of those large scale changes. That county council will respect the fact that this committee took the budget and said the major decisions have been accomplished and made, and that staff have been as responsible as we expected them to be. And so we should be functioning, be able to get this done within one meeting, is my hope. However, I was just saying that your assumption isn't a guarantee. County council will make the decision as to whether or not it's one meeting or if we'll be meeting again in January.
we can do it on the 13th, and that'd be an early Christmas present for the finance department, but they already have it done. Feeling going with the 13th? You comfortable with that? Is that Friday the 13th? Yes, it is. Okay. I'm gonna suggest then that we put it together and have it all together. Committee's recommendation would be that we'll go on the 13th. And our next date will follow after that. When there may be some changes in the committee as well too. In the new term. So we can go with that, but yeah, the next committee meeting to be announced, but it'll probably be sometime in February. Yeah, all right. Okay. So we'll move this forward on December the 13th. Anything else? All business is done. I'll move the meeting be adjourned. At 4:49. Thank you, staff. Thank you, members of the committee, for your indulgence and your hard work.